We're joined by Grandmasters Richard Rapport and Alexei Shirov, who just drew their game in the second round of the Grand Prix here in Belgrade. Gentlemen, thank you both for joining us. It was a fairly quick draw after an hour and something of play. Richard, would you just like to share your view of the game?
Oh, yeah, this can happen, especially nowadays. I just went for a very solid line. I guess it caught Alexei by surprise. He went for this d4, which I had a game for, but I felt like he didn't have so much experience there. And then, okay, because the line side, all kinds of forcing and yet also can be very demolished. I guess it's a possible decision just to play it very simple and very solid. And then, because of the nature of the opening, there was just not much to play for any of us.
Alexei, from your perspective, were you surprised a bit, as Richard suggests, and what is your view of the game?
Yeah, I was surprised both by Richard's second move, knight f6, because somehow, I think he had many Petrovs before, and then I decided to switch from my habitual knight x5 to d4, and then another surprise came on move 4, knight c6, which I used to have some games more than around 20 years ago, and I remember those games gave white nothing, but I couldn't remember what is the most critical line for white to fight. And of course you can start guessing, but sometimes with this guessing you don't achieve much. So and then I just got confused because my first intention was to just repeat my old games. And that would be playing bishop g5 check. But then I was thinking a bit more and thought, well, there's some simple way for black to equalize, and there's really nothing for white to hope for. So if I wanted to hope for something, I had to switch earlier. And then I just decided to play bishop d2 and go for forced draws.
Well, now you had both, so to say, a shorter day here today and gives you more time to rest. I just want to ask you one question. Richard, you're native of Belgrade now, for some time now, actually. And Alexei, you've been here before several times. What's your impression of Belgrade and of this place? Obviously, the country here considers itself to be a big chess nation, obviously from the times of Yugoslavia. What are your memories of this place? Alexei, you want to go first?
Well, I have to say that in 90s it was really quite a thing to play in Belgrade, because we played in Sava Center, and I remember in 95 there were really a lot of spectators in the Sava Center, concert hall or whatever it's called. I'm sorry, but on this,
yes, it's a big
there was we played on the stage, and there was a lot of spectators' room, and I think there were hundreds of spectators in those times. Well, obviously, this was pre-internet times. There was some very old-fashioned electronic demonstration system, and otherwise it was, of course, it was 1995. So, well, I remember these were quite difficult times for Serbia, because it was still in the war. The war stopped in 95. Just during that tournament. So in that sense, in 97 there were already at that time better times when everything was more or less quiet, so I could also see something of the city. And I remember I liked very much the old city, and of course it was actually both in 95 and 97 I had very strong start but very bad finish, which especially in 97 I think I lost last round against Bilavsky. If I drew that game I would still be winner on the tiebreak, but by losing I was on the third. But still, my results were okay here, and everything was fine. So I'm happy to be in Belgrade again. That's all I can say.
That's great. And Richard, moving from the 1990s to 2000s, obviously you live here now. What is it like here to live and play chess?
I actually don't know if I should start getting into it, because it will be a very long answer. So, I like living here. Let's put it this way. And the people are generally very nice to me. But I'm not having too much positive or any kind of experience with Serbian chess life or chess circle. So thus I can just talk to you about my experience living Belgrade, Serbia as a foreigner, as a random guy, random citizen, and that is very positive. I think people of Belgrade are very welcoming towards foreigners and very accommodating and understanding. But I can recommend it certainly for someone who is looking for some touristic experience for a weekend or something, just to visit Belgrade. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for this. Now the two of you can talk about your experiences with Belgrade and maybe go and see the place together. Thank you both so much, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
I was watching Pool D results, Teodora. Hello everyone and welcome to the second leg of FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. Yes, today's round 3. Yes, Pool D yet to start the tournament. All draws here. Welcome everybody, and let's check what were yesterday's results, what is the standings after yesterday, what awaits for us today. Right, we can see the first move. Once again, the ceremonial first move is going to be made today, this time by the chess players, right?
Yes, it will be made by Nigel Short and Alisa Maric. I think everybody knows the Nigel Short, right, the first person, but Alisa Maric, I mean, not everybody will be familiar with her. She was a contender for the World Women's Chess Championship titles, so she was considered actually to be the strongest female player of Serbia. So, yes, here we can see the standings,
right.
yes.
Okay, so Pool D, very easy, all draws, no one's in the lead. If we start from the start, right? So Pool A, Andreikin and Sam Shankland tied for first and playing each other today. Andreikin for the first time in this tournament having the white pieces, so that's certainly the game not to miss. In Pool B, we have clear leader on 100% Anish Giri today with the black pieces against Pentala Harikrishna. Also a very important game for Anish, even though he's not playing his direct kind of pursuit, right? So the second spot in B group is Nikita Vidugov. More or less similar situation is in Pool C, where Vidit won 2 games, so 2 out of 2, but he is paired against Richard Rapport.
Who is the second?
Yeah, Rapport having the white pieces. So it's, well, depends on the angle you look on it. So Vidit is in comfortable lead, yes, 1 full point after 2 rounds. He loses today and he's tied with Rapport. So that's a still very shaky situation with 4 rounds to go.
And Pool D, we already said, right?
Pool D
still hasn't started, really.
Today, Mamedyarov with white is perhaps a big favorite against Predke, but that's about it. So was Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in round 1, and guess what? He was saving the rook endgame pawn down at the very end. So, kind of lower-rated players should not be underestimated.
Okay, so we can see the pairings. Once again, Andreikin is playing with Sam Shankland, and they are both the leaders. So Grishchuk is playing with Bakro, and this will also be interesting because they played a few weeks ago in Berlin, so they are kind of fresh opponents. And in Pool B, with Hugo against Tabatabey, Hare Krishna against, once again, Anish, who is 2 out of 2, so sole leader. And in Pool C, Fedoseev against Shiro, and Rapport against, again, 2 out of 2. Vidit, and in Pool D we have 4 draws, so Mamedyarov is playing with Predke and Yangi is playing with MBL.
Right, so we could expect some interesting opening discussions, I'm guessing. Yangi against MBL. Well, particularly MBL. If MBL is involved, it's already enough. So the first move will be made on Shirov's board against Fedoseev, or Fedoseev-Shirov.
Fedoseev-Shirov, yes.
Fedoseev having the white pieces. Nigel, with his witty humor, apparently is asking what first move you want me to play. What's the worst first move white can play? I'm wondering.
I would say F3. I would say F3.
Sounds really bad. All the
So
yeah, like F3 comparable with G4 perhaps.
Yeah, yeah.
Like G4 is not very good.
Yes,
F3,
yes, yes.
like playing those two combined doesn't really.
Yeah, and it
isn't
can actually
really
lead to the fastest
good.
mate,
Yeah,
right?
checkmate in two.
Yes.
Yeah. That's in a way it's interesting that to win with white you need 3 moves or 2.5 to be precise, right? And to lose with white you only need 2.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think C4 was
Yeah,
was played.
hopefully something more decent will be played in this game as well as in all the others. Yes, C4.
No, I actually think D4.
Oh,
yeah.
D4.
They
D4,
they moved it back.
C4 would have been logical. Nigel, English opening, you know, that the... Yeah, we were speculating. I don't remember what tournament it was, but kind of, you know, nowadays everyone wants to modernize chess. Like Kramnik is rooting for no castling. Nigel
Yes.
says stalemate should be a win, and so on and so on. So we thought kind of to tie down a bit to countries. Like if you're Etienne Bacrot, basically, Monsieur Etienne Bacrot, you're only allowed to play the French defense against E4, right? If you're, I don't know, Grishuk, you have to play the Petrov
yeah.
all the time, yeah, and so on. But then we thought, yeah, like some people would be kind of left without any opening.
Yeah. Or I would have to play this Belgrade again,
You-
but that
you'll have to
wouldn't
play-
be fair.
Well, I mean, you have Yugoslav variation in the King's Indian,
Yeah,
so
okay.
you'll have some
Yeah, yeah.
choices.
Yeah.
Speaking of choices, Andreikin chose to play d4, c4, knight c3, and Sam Shankland is going for
Grunfeld.
my favorite opening, Grunfeld. I mean, I have no idea about Grunfeld theory.
And is Shankland Grunfeld player? I'm not sure.
That's what I'm asking myself.
sure.
That's what I'm asking myself. He's very principled when it comes to openings. He knows,
Yeah,
usually
yeah,
knows
yeah.
his openings very well. Did he play Grunfeld? I'm not sure.
I know for Slav, I guess.
Yeah,
For those
like-
kind of Meran structures.
Yeah. So it's like maybe he did, but he's not kind of a regular Grunfeld player.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, you think Grunfeld, you think, I don't know, MBL, you
MBL,
think
of
Peter
course.
Swidler, these guys, right?
Nepo, yeah.
Dubov, Nepo,
Yeah.
but not Sam Shankland. And yeah, so C D5 is already kind of a first. White has made the first choice, right? Because you have, I don't know, knight f3, you have bishop g5 moves, but cd5, knight d5, of course, is the main. Then e4, once again. Apart from e4, what do you have bishop d2 line, which is
Yeah.
not any popular nowadays. So e4, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop g7. And here it's yet another crossroad, right? Knight f3, bishop e3, bishop c4.
Yeah.
And
So
the
wait,
check, I mean, and checks as well, right? Bishop
Yeah,
d5
yeah,
check,
yeah.
queen a4
Yes,
check.
yes.
It's
Yeah,
here.
there are many moves.
It's here, right?
So are you a D4 player?
Not really. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a player at all. First of all, yeah. And I think kind of the years when I was sort of professional, right? I would mostly do like deviations from d4. So I would start with knight f3, and you know sometimes it would transpose to d4. But Grunfeld, like main Grunfeld, I've probably never touched in my life. I mean, maybe played a game or two, but mostly it would be knight f3, c4, some anti-Grunfelds.
No, Grunfeld is type of the opening, at least for me, because I'm also a D4 player, and let's say from the white side, it's very difficult to sort of find anything because there's so much theory, and it's also very annoying from the white side, but also from the black side, it seems a bit passive to play, to learn all those lines. So I don't like it with neither of colors,
it's
actually.
like it should be banned from
Yes.
people in practice. Right,
Exactly, yes.
So that, indeed, I mean, if you can only play the Grunfeld if it was your first opening. I mean, that's my belief. Like
mean when you learn it from the childhood?
If
Yeah.
you're born with it, and then you're cursing your life, but you still play the Grunfeld because you don't know anything else. But other than that, kind of to try to learn it as an adult, it's really hard. But let's see if Sam Shankland managed. Andreikin, though, I'm thinking Andreikin is. It's hard to say. I wanted to claim that he's an e4 player, but not really. I mean, he does both, and he's not the person with kind of, you know, deep he doesn't seem to be a person with deep theoretical knowledge. He's more of a practical player.
Yeah.
So- and getting some playable position in the Grunfeld is a challenge, actually, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
against, say, Slav, you can go e3 and get one of those flexible positions and play, quote unquote play. Yeah, still a lot of theory, but at least like the responsibility on each move is not that high. So you can hope to outplay the opponent in the middle game. Grunfeld, if you don't have an idea, the specific idea what setup you're going for, you might as well end up being worse
Yeah.
straight from the start. So he goes knight f3.
No, he also doesn't seem to be very surprised. So it means that
By the
Shankland
Grunfeld, yeah.
does play Grunfeld, but I also didn't know.
Okay. After knight f3.
I think c5 is.
Yeah,
is the
c5
move,
is
yeah.
kind of always the move.
But there is some difference between c5 and castling. I'm just not sure.
Which is which. Yeah.
There should be some difference, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. c5, yeah, I mean, there is rook b1, there is one bishop e3. It's all the stuff. Okay, so here, Andreikin, he knows what he's doing. Yeah, I thought he'd be, bishop b5 check.
Yeah.
Wait a second, what's that? Bishop b5 check.
Yeah, I think knight c6.
Knight c6, yeah, I do remember that it was knight c6, and somehow this line with d5 works for black.
Yeah.
How does it work? We might find out, right?
Okay, a6 is always there, so...
Yeah, a6 is always there,
yeah.
Indeed. So d5, I think you're not supposed to capture that one, because bishop d2, now taking on a1 is just bad, right? Okay, never mind. Never mind, white castles. Now black can do what? Can castle? Or c takes?
Oh,
No, king
this
f8.
This is it. Yeah.
Just a glitch of a digital board.
Yeah.
Castles, castles. Now, once again.
Well, I think they're trying to, at some point, take on c6. Yeah, take on
c6 and bishop a3
or bishop a3. Yeah, probably.
h3 is also kind of a thematic move here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in these kind of structures, like say bishop a3 takes over here, and then ideally I want to play h3, ups h3 and bishop c5, and you know, kind of make sure that the d4 pawn stays, and the bishop on g7 is not very good. But yeah, but it never happens, right? Because if we get here, then black plays bishop g4, and d4 is already targeted, and so on. Queen c2. Okay, moving the queen away from bishop g4. This might be something, once again, a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, this move I haven't seen.
Queen c2. Sane move.
Because bishop a3 was making more sense, as you said, and this bishop g4 line, white can just go h3, and then you can never take on d4 because of rook a1. So,
wait a second. Could it be that this is the line, Theodora?
yeah, possible.
I think this is the line. Bishop a3, then you take, then bishop g4, and bishop c5, and bishop f3. I mean, you can take gf3. I thought when I said this is the line, this is quite possibly the line. Rook d1 and bishop c5. Rook d8, and then they are kind of building a fortress because rook d2 is sort of a threat. You know, I think this quite possibly is the line, and then just they have it analyzed. Not ready to claim that exactly this is the line, but it's very similar. There are very similar positions in the Grunfeld. That's one thing, and also I wouldn't be completely sure about e5 as well. Sometimes even this, like bishop f8, something takes on f8, say queen takes on f8, and then they play c5, and the bishop is powerful on d4.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen to c2, c takes d4, well, c takes d4, obviously. Yeah, queen c2 you need for two things. You stop c5, right?
Yeah.
But after bishop g4, you apparently go knight e5 here. And you try to prove that... Oh, no, wait a second. Can I? Yeah, I can go knight e5, yeah. Because if you take, it's bishop... Oh, I cannot.
B2, I guess.
Yeah, I thought bishop b2, but then queen b6 or b4. Queen b4, for instance.
No, but then rook
that-
b1. Rook b1.
Rook b1, and the bishop is hanging.
And also knight d7 if you
Bishop
want.
e5, bishop e5.
No, but I'm not sure what.
Yeah, the queen moves. It's like having the dark square bishop here. It's not enough, kind of, to say that the black's position is dangerous. So I guess then it's tricky. Then it's tricky. Because still, I can't think of any other move but knight e5, right? So queen takes, bishop b2. Oh, bishop b4. Sorry, queen b4. At the very least, I thought can play maybe a3, queen b5. Yeah, and I'm running out of tempi. Or queen b7. Taking this doesn't make any sense. Rook b1, yes, bishop e5 is here. Bishop c3, queen c5 is here. Confused. Seriously confused.
Wait, so bishop g4 was played, right?
Yeah, bishop g4 is on the board. Yeah, bishop g4 is on the board. I don't see any other way to protect d4, to be honest.
And I don't think white wants to take on gf3 after bishop
Yeah,
f3, right? So
Right. A bit of a...
no, knight e5. I somehow
Knight
feel like
e5,
black
yeah,
shouldn't be able to take on d4. I don't know.
But what we do? Rook b1 is strictly only move, it seems. Oh, sorry, not rook
bishop
b1,
b2,
bishop
yeah.
b2, of course, yeah, rook b1. I thought rook b1, it's kind of, rook b1, knight is hanging, and then for some reason I've mentioned this rook b1. Bishop b2, and yeah, perhaps worth mentioning that this, I can play knight c4, trade on g7. Still, I don't believe white can be better. White probably has compensation of some sort, right? The c6 pawn being weak, but white is not better. But queen b4 doesn't allow even that. So confused, really. Confused, what does it mean? Shall we move on for the second game of this group, of this pool? Grishuk with white against Bakro, and it's a Petrov. It's a Petrov from Bakro, not from Grishuk.
So what was the opening which they played in Berlin?
I don't remember.
I just
I thought it was French, by the way.
I just think Grishuk won, right, with white. I'm not somehow recalling that he won.
I don't remember, really. Strangely, I was the commentator there, I don't remember. I remember Bakro lost 2 games to Yesipenko. But for Grishuk, I'm not sure.
No, I think it was Rouser. Is it possible?
Because
I remember
perhaps,
that it was some long castle, he had bishop on b3. I just remember
you're
some
right, you're
pictures,
You're
you
right,
know.
it's a last round.
Yes,
and
yes, last
that's
round,
why I don't
exactly,
remember.
yes.
It was the last round, and by then it was like all focused on the other game,
Yeah, yeah.
Yesipenko and Nakamura. And
Nakamura,
that's
yes.
why. Yeah, it was not only the last round, but the last game to finish. So the longest game. Yeah, d4, d5.
And also they're the same age. I didn't know
Bakro and
that.
Grishuk, yeah.
So they have huge past of the game. So.
Yeah, they've played each other on multiple occasions. c4, c6, c takes, knight c3. Here, I don't even know I don't remember, what you're supposed to be doing. With the bishop on d6, was it this old-fashioned line when you would take and go bishop g4 and some rook b1 and b6 and c4 and so on? Yeah, by the way, maybe kind of to mention that this tactic doesn't really work, right? Knight g5, queen takes g5, that's why That's why it doesn't work. Yeah, I think it used to be the theory, and then they've invented something else with black. Something else could possibly bishop f5, honestly. But then
knight d5.
knight
is it
d5,
possible
bishop
to-
h2,
How is that?
and I think it kind of blockade stays, and therefore black is fine. I mean, I don't know what you take. Say king takes, queen d5, and then like. I mean, if you'd have this knight like kind of
Yeah,
on c3
yeah.
to fight for the d5 square, otherwise black kind of has an easy game with blockade on d5. No, I think kind of critical could be something with queen b3, and then d5 and b7 are attacked. D5 and b7 are attacked, and then who knows?
Knight c3 was
Knight
why it was.
c3, bishop f5.
Knight t2.
Check, king h1, and still if you take, I mean, first of all, I can probably take b7, but even if I take here, it's annoying.
Yeah.
B7 and d5. Oof. Yeah,
Maybe
I
black can also
guess,
play
yeah, I
knight,
guess
yeah.
takes is the move. Takes, and then either bishop g4 or
Maybe rook e8, is it?
rook e8 here could be the move as well. Yeah. No, he captures on c3. bc3 will be played as soon as Grishuk is back at the board. Yeah. I'm still trying to recall, because that's for a change. I mean, I'm no expert on opening theory of any line, but this bishop d6 system, like over here, you have the old-fashioned, the cup of Kasparov thing with bishop e7. How is that? Castles, knight c6. Oh, Kasparov-Karpov rather. Yeah, c4, knight b4. I mean, these lines, bishop e2, and so on. And that Kramnik played a lot of it with black. Or you have bishop d6. And I was studying this bishop d6, and then later on looked at it with some students of mine. And we were using some, I mean, it's good old days, so the engines were not very good. And we were using some correspondence databases. And what I remember that over here, by the way, rook b1, I think, was just played by Grishuk, yeah. Over here, there used to be some really like crazily sharp lines, but I can't really wrap my head around. I mean, how do you make it sharp here in this position? It's like, wait, b6, or maybe not b6. b6 might be bad because of c4, because your problem is that if you take, it's bishop e4, right? Is it right though? Just thought, once again, I mean, it's a part of me which always wants to sacrifice in exchange. I mean, how bad will be knight d7 and then take with the queen? Probably not very good, right?
Yeah.
Probably not very good. So it's quite possible that b6 is not a move. Black does something else,
Maybe
like
queen
moves the
c7,
queen,
yeah.
queen c7, or queen c7. You have to be careful about bishop h7. You know, because now you don't have queen g5, right? So bishop h7 might work.
Maybe king h8. Because I'm also threatening
H8,
bishop h2.
Yeah. But then what? Then I don't know. Then some bishop c2, bishop h2, king h1. Then I want queen d3. I mean, that's a mess. Yeah. And the lines that I was referring to was something with white playing c4 for sure. Like black does something. I have no clue what. Knight d7. Okay, precisely. Knight d7. And then if you take,
Knight b6, right?
Knight b6 traps the rook. Yeah, yeah. And the line would go like rook b5, I guess. Knight b6, c4 takes, and bishop c2. it might be absolutely nonsense, like irrelevant, but for some reason I remember this kind of picture, so that you were supposed to go c4, kind of knight c4, you take, no, not d5, you take b7 maybe once again. Maybe I'm just lying and it's nothing relevant. But for sure I remember this sequence, like c4, pawn takes, and then you move the bishop. Maybe, could it be that you play c4 like immediately, but then it doesn't make any sense, right? c4 takes, bishop c2, black will just leave this unprotected, like go knight f6 or something, go h6. Okay, we'll see.
Okay, he played h3, I think.
He did play h3, right? He did play h3. But that's, wait a second. Is it? There was this Nepo-Carson game.
I wanted to say exactly
Yeah,
the
there
same,
was
but I wasn't sure. So
Nepo-Carson game, or Carson-Nepo.
yeah,
Right?
Carson-Nepo,
I don't
yeah.
quite remember how they are getting there. Bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, and somehow you were supposed to swap the queens as well, right? It was an end game.
Was it exactly this position?
I'm not sure. But yeah, since they're repeating, it's very likely that they're not repeating the old correspondence games, but rather something from the World Championship match, which just finished in November. Okay.
Okay, we can
move on. Yeah, Pool B, and we should probably start with the leader of Pool B, which is Anish Giri, who has the black pieces today against Pentala Harikrishna. Casually 17 moves played already. That's the Spanish with knight e4, open Spanish. d4, you go b5, you go d5, de, bishop e6. And what we had was, what, c3, bishop e3 line, this time knight d2, c3 line. It's interesting that, you know, like usually, remember our discussion, bishop is stronger than a knight and so on, so usually you would expect black to take. Yeah? But in this position, somehow, the fact that white kind of gets control over all the dark squares, like knight takes b3, and then I guess if you just play bishop e7, something like that is happening.
Yeah.
Knight d4, and then taking on e5 is kind of bad because of a 4 f5, and if you take on d4, white takes like this and gets some positional pressure, some positional advantage. Okay, so this bishop is not taken usually, bishop e7, and after bishop c2, that's the line, yeah. Black exactly goes d4, knight b3, d3, that's the kind of theory nowadays. Takes, goes here, bishop e3, castles, bishop d4, queen d5, rook e1, and black went b4. This is not very easy to wrap someone's head around it. Bishop d4, yeah, understandable, I want to win the pawn, right? Queen d5 targets b3, so now if you take all that, then queen b3 at the end, rook e1 and b4.
Also, Anish blitzed everything out very quickly.
Anish, of course, knows his stuff, and this time it's black who chooses the line, right? So after knight e4, for white it's not that many choices, so you can kind of prepare well. Once again, I'm ready to claim that this is not a type of opening that Harikrishna would like it to be, right? So he would prefer it to be a little slower, kind of.
Okay, so again, d3, black can't really take because b3 is hanging. So
Yeah.
then a6 is hanging. Everything is hanging.
I mean, let's try to take, right? Yeah, but queen b3, and if you take a6, he'll take. Okay, we can check this. Rook takes. Black trades over here. Probably takes on d4. Pawn takes, perhaps. Actually, kind of knight. Pawn takes and queen b2. I don't think black is any oops.
Yeah.
Again, there is a magical button which switches from game to game. Yeah. So here, the b pawn, I'm afraid, is just too dangerous, right?
This is...
So it's like if white has a few moves and rook e3 and stopping it on b4, then I would think that white might be even better, right? Because the bishop is not very good. But being as it is, like this pawn is very likely to run very fast. Bishop takes d3 played, so we might see all that. That's automatic. Queen takes b2. Sorry, queen takes b3. You have knight d2 seemingly, right? Because this is not a move.
Yeah.
So let's assume after queen e6, though, you cannot take on a6, right? So black even has a choice. He can go queen d5, but I thought maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that this could be something like queen takes, knight d4, queen d4, and I was hoping for knight c4 to work, but yeah, but my queen is somewhere like...
Yeah, if it was on e2, yes, if it was on e2,
it
right.
would
be good.
Even then, perhaps, black plays rook d8, yes. So you need not only the queen on e2, but b2 move so that rook d1, we also control the file. Then maybe white has something. Yeah, being as it is, black has bishop c5, and then rook d8, g6, and
okay, so bc3
shouldn't have any problems. Okay, let me update it. Bishop d3, traded bc3. Okay. bc3. Okay, so this way, you can't take on a6, right? Because knight b4 looks like, yeah, knight b4 works. So a6 can't be taken. On the other hand, this is also not possible because bishop b4. So
wait, what does white want then?
No, I mean, he wants to take with the pawn, queen b3, it's still material equal, right? He just can't take on a6.
Yeah, maybe rook e b1?
Queen e6, and still the pawn is protected indirectly, right? Because if white takes, there is knight d4 at the end.
Yeah.
Knight d4 and knight e6. It's not like white is worse or anything, but probably not better. And also the position is somewhat imbalanced.
Okay, but judging by the clock, do you think Hare Krishna knows this position?
No, not really. I mean, it's strange. Once again, I've never understood players who spend like, what did he do? Like 20, 25 minutes reaching this. You either know and then you have time of Anish, or you spend an hour because it's exactly, 20 moves, right? And this is some weird mixture. So my guess would be he knew till certain point, and then started to think kind of recently. For some reason, I think b4 could be a new move, but once again, no guarantees there.
Also on b4, I thought c4 is maybe. I'm not sure if it's possible.
c4, yeah, and then if the queen goes,
and then just to take the pawn.
But the pin looks
very
annoying,
very
right?
annoying.
Like
yes.
f to d. Maybe not even trading on d3 immediately. Just go rook f to d8.
Yeah.
And this is like really awkward. So the thing is, like, even if you unpin, right? I don't know, bishop e3. I don't take the queen. I play a5. You go queen e2. Looks like black has decent compensation, right? Your extra pawn on e5 is weak, and not moving anytime soon. Here, some weaknesses. So even this, like black goes queen d3. And let's not forget in this line at some point I was blundering the queen for white. So this line is not possible at all. Yeah, we could say Anish has solved all the opening problems, if there were any. he's very well prepared, has to
Yeah.
be said. So making chess courses on openings is maybe a secret way of learning the openings for oneself. What's the other game? Video golf, right? Video golf and Tabatabai, other game in this group.
No, actually, I just remember that yesterday we mentioned that Magnus is playing everything, and I think Anish is also playing quite a lot of things with both colors. So.
And it's kind of a recent shift, I guess.
Yes,
So
yes,
he used to be, once again, well prepared, but in quote-unquote his openings. And now we no longer know what his openings are,
yes,
because
yes.
he plays a lot of stuff. And everywhere he seems to have interesting ideas. Okay, so next game. Fine?
Yes, with Yugov Tabatabai, right?
With Yugov Tabatabai, this line.
Yeah. This one I never understood for black.
Yeah, how does black go for it time after time after time? So that's what we are referring to as the Carlsbad structure, right?
Yes.
E3, and according to, once again, I mean, I'm not sure saying this, but I think according to kind of modern understanding, if you ended up in this position, you already kind of have to go for some bishop f5, because otherwise, it's not terrible, but white is allowed, I mean, this bishop d3, knight e2 setup, right? Queen c2, bishop d3, knight e2. So that's why a lot of people, they actually go for knight f6, right? Trying to, or rather, if we are talking the usual queen's gambit, right? So they go knight f6, trying to scare you out of knight c3 because of a nimzo, and then if you go knight f3, d5, so now if you want to play the Carlsbad, your knight's already on f3.
Yeah.
Right? Or alternatively, this good old bishop e7 move also, which looks weird at first, right? But you kind of want white to speak up. So you can't play bishop g5, so moves are knight f3 or bishop f4. If bishop f4, then we are transposing to bishop f4, queen's gambit. If knight f3, we can get knight f6. And so on, the knight's already on f3. So here, since we got to this position, the bishop f5 is kind of not forced, but at least it has an idea, right? So I'm not letting you develop the bishop to d3, queen to c2. But it has drawbacks, obviously, which is this queen f3 move, and after bishop g6, white captures on f6 and doubles the pawns. Doubles the pawns on f6. And then they just play it, right? So white potentially has very good outpost on f4 for the knight, like knight e2, knight f4. The bishop on g6 sometimes is in a bit of a danger as well. Like when you start moving the h-pawn, if black meets, I'd say if I go immediately h4, black probably has to play h5.
Yeah,
And
but then the
h5
bishop on
is
g6
big, yeah?
is not that protected, yeah.
Yeah, and once again, this line, they were playing in correspondence, and I can imagine that in correspondence you don't care all that much, right? Okay, the bishop is bad, you checked with the computer and so on. But to understand what's the joy of playing this with black, I really don't know.
No, so I remember when I was checking this with Engine, it was also sort of giving as it's, I mean, not a fortress, but let's say all the moves were pretty much the same. So it really says that it's closer to a draw, let's say, than it's better for white. But
yeah, bishop e7.
but it looks very depressing to play for black.
And black plays f5. Interestingly, he goes knight f3, a check, king to d1. So provoking f5, one can say it's an achievement for white, of course, right? But then Video is actually playing really deep. Knight e1, so the knight is going to d3, right? Bishop h5, knight d3, and black captures on e2 voluntarily. What's that? Honestly, I don't like it. Isn't this pawn just weak? I mean, I take with the king, and I want to play g3 and bishop h3. Is he on time to defend all this stuff?
Okay, let's say I go king e7.
Ah, so you,
Yeah, king
you're
f6
right.
I want to
You
bring.
defend it with the king, or even to e6. Interesting, like king e7. This because I thought maybe you want the knight on f6, say bishop h3, king e6, and it looks weird, yeah, this pin, but on the other hand, it's not much you can do.
No, now white can go knight e1 back. Knight
Knight
f3, knight
e1
h4.
and knight f3 and knight h4. Right. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I think you're right picking the word depressing for this line, and it's also depressing to look at it.
And also, there are so many solid options for black generally in chess. Why to pick this one? Because, like, honestly, I don't think black can play for something more than a draw. Very, very rarely, and just white can enjoy it, has all the time in the world.
You know, there used to be this line, h6, bishop h4, bishop f5. I don't really remember what was the point, to be honest. There was a point, queen f3. I mean, this is pretty much similar. In some lines it would be better because the bishop has an additional square on h7. In some it would be worse, right? Because kind of white will have an additional threat of capturing on g6. The line would be queen b6, I'm guessing, and then queen b2, and check, and king e7, and so on. I'll try to recall it now. Rook b1, check, king goes.
And why did black have to include h6?
Because now he'll gonna play g5 somewhere and pin this knight, I guess. Like here, he goes g5, white takes on b7, question mark. I really don't remember. It's not very pleasant, of course, but...
Does it work for black?
No, it doesn't. I mean,
doesn't.
the thing was, it was a very beautiful checkmate, but somehow I can't really recall how it was. It was a very beautiful checkmate with the queen's sacrifice, like queen e6 at some point or something. But yeah, this, okay, bishop goes, knight e4, and then we go what? Check. But what, this bishop is not supposed to be there. No, I mean, I can't recall it. Yeah, obviously, I can't recall it. There was something like that, like a check, and then you were supposed to play queen e6.
And rook g7, if there
Rook
was no
g7,
bishop.
yeah, but the bishop somewhere elsewhere. Whatever, never mind. Okay, bishop e2. Bit you go with thinking, because apparently, yeah, bishop e2 might seem to be more natural, right? But g3, bishop h3, I'm guessing, is where you want the bishop to be, at least for the starters. So king e2 is the move that I would play. Okay.
So pool C.
Pool C. Yeah. Vidit. Maybe Vidit does something, you know, something more entertaining now. Again, positional chess. Positional chess should be banned. Rapport against Vidit. Here, exactly as I said, I mean, black is trying to scare white from playing the Nimza, but white's not scared because it's Richard Rapport. Can you imagine Rapport being scared of anything? I cannot. Bishop d3, d5, c takes, e takes, and a3. Jolly good. Bishop d6, a6. Once again, I'm not sure of the, you know, all those moves.
Yeah, so actually I kind of know it because I think Aronian played exactly the same in Berlin, but I'm not sure against who. And first time
I think against Vidit.
Possible. It was the first time I saw this move order. It was very, very strange, but...
Rook e8 and b6, b4, knight to d7. So we probably have to say that this is kind of a, not the position itself, but kind of the setup, the conflict, right? It's known, right? So black is trying to put the bishop on b7, and then the whole point is sort of the fight for an e4 square, right? If black can install the knight on e4, you cannot play f3 somehow, and then black quite often even gets the kingside attack, right? The knight on e4 is supported, queen goes to h4, and blah, blah. If not, and kind of the worst scenario for black is that he ends up playing c7, c6, and then we have the variant of Queen's Gambit, where white comes up with his plans like this minority attack, rook b1, a4, eventually b5, and so on.
And also white has, okay, he now played b4, but if, let's say, he didn't play b4, with his knight on e2, usually they go f3 and try to play for e4.
F3, e4 is, of course, another plan. I'm guessing f3 here would have been met with c5, and then, it's kind of, the fact that you've played f3 makes these positions, for instance, almost unplayable for white, right? So this would be like hanging pawns, you go b3, and you play, unless bishop h2 works once again. With pawn on f3, like having the e3 pawn weak is not very nice. So probably b4 is played exactly for that, to stop or to make c5 less attractive. Black goes knight d7, and now Rapport is the move, after knight d7.
So first question, I just see knight d5 is some sort of possibility because of queen c6, but
knight d5. Knight takes, knight takes d5, for instance, queen c6, right? Do we really win it?
there is also some bishop h2 because rook e6 will come with a
Yeah,
tempo.
bishop h2. Yeah, I mean, for some reason, like, I don't believe it works.
Feels wrong.
But how to prove it, I'm not sure yet. I mean, there are all kinds of weird lines, like even like rook b8, you take some knight c5, you know. I mean, with these tricks, and then white goes bishop h7, king h7, gives a check. And it probably doesn't end there, right? Because b takes, and then what? White's pawn up, but black has two bishops, everything active. All of a sudden, the rook on b8 is on its place. But I believe it's just gonna, just kind of a rough line. And black, if he spends some time, he should find a better way. Not to mention that maybe this queen is getting stuck. Knight f6 takes. Nah, I don't see how to trap it. Interesting.
And also, why to go knight d7 instead of bishop b7?
That's a good question.
Bishop will most certainly go to b7 anyway. So.
Yeah, knight d7, kind of not that easy to explain, right? I still want to check this. Knight g4. And at least this seems to be working, right? So king g1, queen h4. This seems to be working for black. Till some extent, at least, right? Queen f2, queen h4 is already a perpetual, so this is something not to be afraid of. So after knight g4, apparently king g3 is the move. And then God knows what happens. Queen d6 or queen g5, right? Maybe it's nothing. I don't know. Maybe just play f4, right? And you claim that nothing can be done. Queen h6, right? Once again, queen h6, queen h2. Okay. Queen h6, bishop d2, for instance, right? Check here. Pretty much any check is a checkmate.
Maybe
but if you move the knight, he gets the square on f2, right? Queen h5. Don't know, knight 3.
Yeah.
So it's very tricky. Now, I mean, it feels wrong to take on h2, but sometimes these things work, so
Yeah.
at least to check it. To find the reason why knight d7, not bishop b7 is harder. It's harder, though. Because one of the things to consider in such positions, right, when you play b6 and still don't have the bishop on b7, is that white will play e4. But then once again, it's an argument for bishop b7, not against bishop b7, because after this, e4 is also kind of a legit move. So pawn takes, knight takes. You're probably fine with bishop b7, yeah, but that's kind of an extra option for white anyway. And obviously, no, this is actually, yeah, this is actually takes and queen h4, so that's why, or bishop h2.
Yeah, but this is better, yes.
Yeah.
This is winning a piece. Yeah.
So e4 is not an option, okay, disregard that. But still, yeah, knight d7 is confusing. And there is knight d5 to check, and there is also what, I mean, knight g3 is probably not such a terrible idea. Controlling this once again, I mean, opting for knight f5.
Maybe he wants to play some fast c5. Because let's say if black went bishop b7, there was some rook b1, and then
yeah.
this pin can be a bit annoying.
Yeah, you're right. So if bishop b7 happens, one of the things to do would be just to play rook b1, which is a useful move anyway.
Yeah.
Very often white would go a4, b5, yeah. And also, yeah, c5 is completely stopped because b takes and the bishop on b7 is hanging. Right, so here at least we can be more or less sure that nobody knows what's on the board. Move 11, both players thinking, so that means, yeah, that means the theory, the official theory is over at least. But so far, we've gone through more than half of all games, and I'm yet to find something really exciting, pardon me.
So pool D is generally promising. So.
Fedoseev is Shirov we still have.
Yeah.
Which is
right.
Slav and queen d3 in Slav. That's what was an antidote to queen d3 when I was last checking it?
dc4, right?
Yeah, no, but there was dc4 obviously is the move, right? But there was a specific move which would highlight the difference between queen d3 and queen b3. This is what I remember.
I thought it's same, actually.
No, I mean, if you take on c4, it's obviously the same, right? But so my logic is like that. After queen b3, apart from d takes c4, you have a5. You have a5, and the point is that black kind of threatens a4, pretty much plays a4 after any move.
Maybe
and
you can show it. Maybe you can just show it. Yeah.
Okay, queen b3 here, right? Like queen b3, a5, and then I don't know. You go g3, for instance. A4 is possible, right?
Yeah.
And knight a4, dc4, and then b5.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and it's only logical. Like if, let's say, if queen d3 would be forcing to take on c4, nobody would play queen b3 because it's kind of the same line but with extra option for black. And logically, there should be the way for black to face queen d3 as well, to make difference. And that's exactly what Shirov is trying to do. So he didn't take on c4, he went b6. And obviously, yeah, if you do not capture on d5 now, then bishop a6 will be annoying.
Yeah.
C takes, bishop a6, queen goes to c2, c takes d5. And we get a weird exchange Slav. I mean, where black forgotten to develop bishop on f5, like white goes bishop f4, so that white queen is strangely placed, but all the rest, it's like the exchange Slav, right? And black, instead of having the bishop on f5, the knight on c6, the pawn on b7, he spent a couple of tempi like developing the bishop to a6, and I'm not sure if he enjoys it a lot. Looks dubious, if you ask me. rook c1, he's planning for what? Some queen c4.
No, queen c4, just queen somewhere.
Back to d1.
Queen d1, I
right?
thought, yeah. Then e3,
Back
no,
to
no.
d1.
Maybe
but-
queen
but-
b7, but I don't think
yeah,
it-
maybe queen b7 is the move, right?
It looks very dangerous.
But then, yeah, then even if I play it like very simple, go e3, take with, I don't know, with something. Maybe a6 and he's on time. a6 is fine. a6, b5. Because I thought bishop e7, knight b5 looks terrifying, right?
Maybe instead of e3, knight b5. is
Knight
more-
b5 here, right, where you probably have to take.
And rook c8 probably is.
A6, queen c6.
Yeah, yeah, queen
White will
c6.
claim. Yeah, White will claim serious advantage, right?
And there is bishop b4, although, yeah.
Bishop b4, maybe not so serious advantage, right? Because it's also awkward for White.
Yeah.
Like if you go to d1, then knight e4, and you'll have to spend more tempo. If you go bishop d2, then Black is not that scared. He can trade the bishop, trade the queens, go king e7.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So it looks really, really suspicious what Shirov is doing, but it might work. It might work. Still not entirely convinced. So ideally, of course, hang on a second. Is it ever, like, I mean, I don't like the fact that I have to take on f1 with the rook or the king, right? So, is it ever somehow that I do what?
I
Castle
thought-
long, king b1, rook c1 is too long.
No, I thought even e4 maybe. Looks crazy,
e4, bishop f1,
but rook f1?
rook f1, and if they take,
Yeah, so I thought if knight takes, then I have knight b5, but
if pawn takes, that's kind of knight b5, knight d5 at the
yeah,
very
that's
least,
that's
right?
very
At the very least, knight d5. I mean, you could do this and still imitate that there are threats, but it's getting sketchy. I mean,
no. If king
White
was on
doesn't-
g1, then it would be
Yeah,
different
yeah.
story. Yes.
Yeah,
but-
I agree. I agree. So we have RChess variant. You're allowed to capture with the castle. How about that? How about that? Because they say you cannot castle kind of crossing the attacked
Yeah,
square,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
But f1 is not attacked. F1 is not attacked. I mean, it's a piece there. It's an annoying thing. So let's castle like that. King g1, rook h1 takes on f1, and we have absolutely different variant of chess, right? And then in the Berlin, if Black would have the bishop developed, imagine
It
like
would
queen
be
takes d8
lost for
check,
White, yeah.
and then you castling up, but
Yeah.
then it's an extra restriction removed because you'd be allowed to castle under the check.
Yeah, yeah.
That's, but yeah, and then, but what's that? It's like we are opposing Kramnik. We are like if we have a scale that on one side is Kramnik who doesn't want castles at all, and then we want all the possible castles.
Yeah.
Right? You move the rook, just return back, and you're allowed to castle again.
No, actually, well, I played recently some close tournament in Montenegro, and it was very funny. Let's say two strong players played, let's say 24 plus, and it was Berlin, and they're playing for, let's say, 3-4 hours, and king was still on e8, but he, of course, it was this end game, and
returned,
it
yeah.
moved, and Black just castled long.
And why didn't realize?
No, White, of course. No, that would be very funny. White, of course, realized, but it was very funny because, I mean, White said, like, if you can castle, I would be lost. How can you make
Okay,
it?
that's
So, but strong players played. It was very, very weird.
Yeah.
So. And he had to move king, and he lost in a couple of moves because it was
so
very.
not only
yeah.
he was not allowed
Yes,
to
yes,
castle,
so-
but he was forced to move
Yeah.
the king. Yeah. There was, I mean, it's like more than 20 years ago, European Championship in Ohrid. I think it was Alexander Moisenko, Ukrainian grandmaster, whose opponent made this castle, and they didn't pay attention both, so they kind of continued the game. And the trick was that it extremely sharp position, and either the king or the rook moved, so the castle was not allowed. And he said, like, my first reaction, I wasn't thinking at all about if it's possible or not, but my first reaction was a shock, because at that point I was sure that I've kind of seen everything and the position is winning. And then the guy makes castle, I understand I've blundered castle and now it's a panic, and then I find the winning move. So and he was very happy, like, oh, okay, and I found I'm still winning, oh, how lucky.
Oh,
and he went. Yeah, and he only figured out, interestingly, I mean, and that's his story, he only figured out when he was putting the game in the computer, and then castle, he was trying to make castle and didn't realize.
Very strange. And also in transmission, will computer make castle?
No, it was not allowed. So there was no in transmission. It was interrupted. But the arbiters, I don't know about kind of modern rules. See, guys, Grandmaster doesn't know the rules. I mean, it's very common in chess. Don't worry. Right, but I don't think arbiter is allowed to interfere unless player protests.
Oh, I think certainly not. Yeah. And also, what happens if, let's say, I realize a few moves later? I
think for the classical game, it's actually replayed from the position when the illegal move was made. If you claim, right. So you can be sort of a coward. So it's an illegal move, and you try to play it, and then you understand, okay, things didn't go very well for you, and you come back, kind of rewind to the position where
but that's not fair,
that's not
right?
very nice, but technically it's in the rules. Meanwhile, knight e5 was played, so first creating the tension on this diagonal, on this pin, right, and then later on white's going to decide if it's e4, if it's e3, maybe rook c1, and so on. So now, if queen b7 happens, what's his plan? Still not clear. Because knight b5 looks very attractive and stuff, but if black takes, goes, they say, maybe just drop the queen back, and you say, okay, I have two bishops, so at least the slight advantage should be on my side.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the point. So you're not trying to invade c6 and kind of win immediately, but just play for a smaller advantage. Shirov struggles in these Grand Prix as much as I want him to be successful, but apparently the opening is the hard part, because game after game, also in Berlin, he would be going time troubles, so on.
Okay, so let's say if black plays some bishop e7 to castle.
Okay, then probably I say, yeah, okay, but now you're not playing bishop b4 with kind of tempo down, so maybe this. I'm still threatening capture knight b5, so probably you have to react. Knight b5 anyways. Castles, I think knight c7 works, right?
Yeah.
Because the rook is protected, there is no pin on the c file. So I assume this knight has to be taken. After a6, I can go queen c6, and after this check, maybe this is an advantage, I don't know. Takes, knight e4, I'd say king e3. Takes. So if I'm able to extract the knight, go king f2 and e3, is it better? Because it's hard to get rid of this knight on c6, right? Especially if, like, the king is getting stuck in the center. If you castle, you still cannot play rook c8 because check.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit. Maybe rook c8, knight b8 is how you do it. Maybe I'm actually over optimistic. Maybe I'll lose some material now.
No, with bishop on f1,
it's I agree.
Slow,
I mean,
slow,
it's not how chess has to be played, realistically. Right, so maybe it's not that bad after all. It looked like...
No, it feels very strange.
For black, right?
Yes.
Like he...
No, it even feels like, let's say, white can even have some winning move. I mean, it really feels strange when you see the position. Like,
You know what? G4, G5
yeah,
after
I wanted to
95.
say, but
That's sort of an idea.
but
That
then
is-
let's say G4, H6. White is not threatening after H4. White doesn't have a threat, so that's also.
It still would be up what? B5.
Yeah.
B5. B5, and if, pardon me, if white takes on B5, and it's not if, it's when white takes on B5, because that's the only reasonable move that white has, right? Is he planning for bishop takes and rook B8? Kind of, because I briefly thought of an immediate rook B8, just to realize that queen A6
Nice.
perhaps ends the game. Perhaps just ends the game. So after knight B5, apparently he's capturing there. He goes rook B8 then, and
Even queen C6. Oh no, maybe queen.
yeah, like queen C6. Maybe I'm not that afraid of. Maybe I should be. I don't know. Rook takes B2. Once again, if white's on time to play a couple of moves, like E3, bishop out, castle, then these are known to be huge advantages,
Yeah.
strangely. So it's kind of symmetrical structure, but the fact that kind of bishop is there, the knights on C6 is very annoying. But maybe white's not on time. Really interesting, this B5 thing. I thought if white goes back, then even B4 push is not out of the question, right? Or just go queen B7.
No, first I thought maybe queen A5, but
Queen A5, yeah, and he did play it.
yeah, but he played it very quickly once again. I really thought he'll spend some time.
Queen A5. Yeah, and when the move is played, you actually realize it's an annoying move.
But what happens on B4, knight B5,
Knight
right?
B5
and then
still.
rook B8 doesn't make.
Yeah, so
sense,
kind
yeah.
of seems that white did stupid thing, right? Because black has
Yes,
the B4
yes,
pawn, but
yeah.
in fact, maybe it's in white's favor. Like if rook B8, now we go queen A4, and then yeah, after E3 and bishop to B5 or A6, white will be practically winning. So maybe B5 was just an unlucky move after queen A5, unless, of course, Shirov knows something. Takes the knight and go knight D7. How about that? Take the knight. If bishop takes, go knight D7.
E3.
E3 just to win this guy, yeah. Take back, right?
No, wait. Maybe there is knight B5.
Maybe there is knight B5.
Yeah.
No, but wait, knight B5 I take and I block with the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
No, just take. Just take. Bishop E7, and you can take here twice with a check and claim that it's an endgame with an extra pawn. I think king F8 is just bad. Queen D7, maybe some chances because, but still pawn down.
Yeah.
Nobody will go there. Nobody will go there. Yeah. So seems like a good opening for Fedoseev, right? And still not clear why Shirov decided on B5.
Okay, so we can move to pool D.
We can
yeah.
move to pool D. Still 2 more games, right? Yu Yang against MVL first. This is the Grunfeld.
Yes.
This is the Grunfeld, and interestingly, it's the Grunfeld where MVL has half an hour less.
Yeah.
The specialists.
So we can go back. To
Yeah, we can
see.
go back to check some moves. You is thinking over his move 17 already, and he is still on 122. Okay, so bishop g7, bishop c4, c5, knight e2, castles, castles, knight c6, bishop e3. This used to be, once again, tested a lot in couple of Kasparov matches, right?
This bishop f7.
Bishop f7, yeah. How was that?
I don't know.
Bishop g4, f3, And then with or without exchange on d4, they were playing this position. Knight
yeah.
a5,
Yes,
bishop
yes.
f7, rook f7, takes, trade here. I think king was taking, and then
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't recall the other moves, like queen d6 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was debated, and they came to the conclusion that back then that black was okay, but nowadays they don't play it anymore. So instead b6, and that's one of the main lines. Rook e1, bishop b7, bishop b5. I guess all that is known. e6, and then h4, queen d6, h4. And h4 became sort of a trend in all those lines, yeah. h4 and Alfaziri ideas of going h5, not to open up the file, yeah, but just to get the pawn on h6, and then any endgame, any...
Yeah.
the pawn on h6 is very annoying. So a7, a6 played by MVL, and now Evgenij thinking.
So this is the first moment that he is thinking, actually, I think.
Even though the position itself seems to be very familiar, so it might as well be that it was played already. Might as well be that it was played. Okay, it's very, very hard, I mean, to, to tell something about the position that where for some people it could be still theory, right?
Yeah. Okay, so I guess he's thinking about bishop d3 or bishop a4, right? Because
yeah, capturing on c6 here is probably not what you want to do, right? I mean, sometimes it is the move, like, and then kind of d5,
yeah.
h5, but there is a feeling like white's not on time.
Yeah.
Especially that there'll be some bishop a4,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So like takes here, bishop a4, and d5 is probably just a weakness. So not taking on c6. Bishop d3, I was wondering if this is possible. I mean, plain and simple, I just want a pawn.
No, then bishop a4, I didn't see this was hanging.
So knight takes, bishop takes, right? I mean, it's still a debate because in some position like this, but probably nothing special.
And there is
bishop
e5
a6,
also,
yeah,
right?
bishop takes, and then e5. e5, and you're forcing trade of queens, yeah, which is probably just a draw. Yeah, so perhaps after a6 he has to play bishop a4, and then we'll see. Kind of general notes about this position that, yeah, white obviously has like a huge center and potential with this. Moving the h pawn, black relies on a and b pawns kind of seizing some space, then knight a5, knight c4, very typical Grunfeld ideas, right?
So should black ever try to stop h4 with h5, or it's...
Somehow they never play h5,
Yeah.
Why is that? I'm not even sure why. Like one of the reasons that I can think of would be that now I kind of put the bishop on g5 and it's never rook d8 and f6 is terribly ugly. Maybe that's a possible reasoning, but I hardly seen ever that black plays h5 as a response to h4. a6.
Okay, he's taking some time.
Still, if I capture, because sometimes even this would be, but yeah.
Maybe knight c3.
Knight c3. Just trade and kill knight c3 and hope for d5 to work. Or bishop even bishop h6, right?
Maybe bishop h6, then... Oh no, I thought maybe immediately, but... Oh no, e4 is hanging, e4 is hanging,
yeah. So that's why I was looking at this ugly f3 move. Knight c3, or, knowing that we are looking for h5, could it be knight g3 in fact? Because it is kind of closer to the...
Oh, he did take on c6.
He did take on c6,
Interesting,
He did take on c6. Now we obviously have to take this move a little bit more serious, and maybe black has to take with the rook in reality, right? It's not guaranteed that bishop c6 is the best move. Just that, yeah, we thought like, no, bishop c6 is not happening, but it did. And honestly, since I've discovered knight g3, I find it to be a little bit annoying for black. Because really, like if h5 in combination with bishop h6 happens, there could be issues.
Okay, let's say bishop a4.
Bishop a4, right. And then what? Takes. Let's imagine I'm playing the way chess should not be played. Giving you a pair of bishops. I know, but then, yeah, that's not very good, right? Sometimes this is what happens, but by that point I have to have the pawn on h6 and the bishop has to be on h8, right? So kind of threatening to lock the bishop away from the game. Here I think queen c6 is perfectly fine. Queen c6, if queen moves, queen c2.
Okay, see, he took with bishop, yeah.
So yeah, he takes with the bishop, intending bishop a4, right? So your knight c3 move at least stops bishop a4, so could be an idea as well. d5, no, d5. We've briefly discussed, yeah. d5 is not that great. Okay, shall we quickly check the last game, which is Mamedyarov with Predke. Oof. What was that? That is Rogozin defense. Development of this bishop to b4. And honestly, nowadays, I'm not sure what's considered to be the most challenging line against the Rogozin, but it's certainly not bishop g5 and e3. All those positions, they are debated for quite some time already, and they considered to be perfectly fine for black. Castle short, bishop e6, knight e5, knight d7, trade on d7, capture the pawn. This is something a bit surprising. Will this pawn survive? Not clear, right? I mean, I'm tempted to do this. I don't know why this rook, not the other rook. Rook b1, say rook
f8,
f8, and something along the lines of something along the lines of rook b5. So I want to double. c5 is not yet possible to take.
a6, let's say.
a6, rook b6. And I'm kind of still threatening to take on b7.
And queen c5?
Queen c5, you'll take c3, right? Maybe this is nothing, yeah. Takes, takes, and yeah, that's just nothing. a4. You probably play a5,
yeah.
Bishop b5. Still can try to imitate a little, but not very serious. Yeah, this is not very serious. This should be just a draw in some way.
It's also a very strange choice for Mamedyarov. He usually goes for some interesting lines, especially against these gambits.
So, I mean, he could certainly play something a bit more challenging.
Yeah.
Sometimes, though, Shah is, is modest in a way that he thinks that against this kind of player, I just have to play reasonable moves and I will get my chance. Yeah, because I've seen him doing this, like a tournament in Bucharest, for instance, when he was kind of playing modest, sometimes boring openings, and then later on outplay his opponents. But here it's not much left, right? I mean, it's just like you need more minor pieces to actually confuse. And where are the knights in this position? That's the most confusing piece, right? People still argue how the knight moves. Here, no knights, no nothing. Rook a to b1 doesn't make any difference, right? You can still play your rook to c8 move. Is it ever? No, I mean that's not how you play chess, right? Just thought kind of get the rook on a5 and the other rook to b6. Yeah, but that's not.
Okay, it's not that strange because queen c7, queen b4.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That much we see. Rook c6. Like maybe rook c6 kind of works. Because at first I thought bishop b5, but then you can actually take.
Yeah.
Rook c6, rook b1, logical continuation, and then rook to c8. No, probably this rook on a5 doesn't do much. So I go here. Maybe I don't go here. Maybe I play something like h3, not to have back rank issues. Let's assume black takes everything. Okay, this doesn't matter. Maybe it does, rook a5. So it's better not to. I mean, if I trade and take on b7, maybe rook a5 is the thing. So queen takes, maybe I take b7 first. You take over here, 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 bishop a6, and rook to a3, right?
Bishop, oh no.
And unless I have some crazy move like rook a7 or check and rook a8. Maybe check, king h7, rook a8. Do we believe in this? Like this is protected for now, and bishop b7 is what I want to play. I mean, the ugliest way of protecting the pawn ever.
Yeah. Okay, you can show that rook a2 is, there is bishop d3.
Rook a2, bishop d3, and the rook is hanging. But somehow I don't believe in it.
No, black had to do something
Yeah,
better.
but even then, bishop d5, sorry, bishop d3, I can take on d3, right? So maybe something like d4, pawn takes bishop d5. It's not exactly equal though, right? I take, if bishop d5.
Rook d8?
I can play rook d8, yes. So maybe it's a pawn down after all. Oof. But it's long way from the current position. Right? Long way from the current position. Somehow, my belief is that black should have something. Maybe not playing a6 at all. Maybe just play rook c8, rook c7, other rook to c8, and then start trading. Feeling is like black should be able to equalize. But yeah, on the other hand, you know, fair point. White is pawn up.
Yes.
Is there any line against, against the Rogozin refutes the Rogozin? No.
No. Yeah.
So one can argue, yeah, I'm a pawn up, I'm trying, I'm doing my best. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's just that you do not expect such play from Amidyarov, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you'd expect g4 to be played not later than move 7, right? And the pawn is still on g2, so our expectations are not met by Shah. Alrighty, so we've made kind of a full circle, checked the games of all pools. Could quickly return to pool A, just briefly, just to see if mystery is revealed in Andreikin against Shankland. So after knight e5, queen d4, bishop b2, he actually did play queen b6, not queen b4. But it's kind of the same, Sam argues. Bishop c3, queen c5, queen b2, a5, c1, bishop e5, queen c3. Probably just a draw, to be honest. I mean, all this nice battery on the diagonal, black just plays f6. Can black win this? I doubt it.
No, I doubt.
I mean,
yeah.
C pawn is still weak, right?
Okay, the black is first of all pawn up, but
Yeah, I mean, the black is pawn up, but the C pawn is weak, and even if you, I mean, not even, you're probably protected with some sort of rook C8, but yeah, it will never cross C5 square, it seems. So white can play F3, I don't know, put the bishop on C5. Yeah. It's very likely a draw in a very early stage. So I don't know if the Grunfeld was a surprise, but it paid out.
Yeah.
It paid out. The other game, I told you it was a theoretical line, that one.
This was Petrov, right?
It's Grishuk with Bakro, right? Let's see, what is this? H3, bishop H5, rook B5, knight F6, bishop G5, A6, takes on F6, queen takes, rook D5. Ah, that's boring. Rook D5, bishop F3, queen F3, traded, rook D8, king G2, not to run into bishop H2, right? B5, C4.
Yeah.
Okay. Who knows?
Yeah, still white is
Who knows?
pawn up,
It's a
pawn.
pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Just look that those guys are doubled on the F file, right? So it makes the structure not very good, but it's a pawn still. Rook E3. So that means white's going to play A4.
Let's say bishop C5,
Yeah, bishop
A4.
C5. So he always has the check, right? So it's. You know what? Maybe I'm not playing A4 yet. Maybe I have to give a check and then disturb the bishop once again. Because in this, even like with normal pawns, right? It's very important. It might be more important that the fact that white has an extra pawn on the other side. Like, very important who attacks first. White attacks F7 or black attacks F2, right?
Yeah.
Because there have been examples where, let's say, I don't know how to make it. Let's make it artificially. If you end up like this, you might lose 3 versus 3, surprisingly. Not this kind of 3 versus 3. I mean, it's kind of the normal pawn structure. Believe it or not, like with the pawn on G5, it's a very tough position because white gets the king on G4 and then goes H5 and then goes F5. And or rather goes H. Okay, I will not show it because it's hard. There is no board editor. But if any of you guys interested, you can check. It was Capella Gran, and it was. I don't remember the year, of course, 2007 perhaps. Wang Yu with white against Peter Bobras, Polish grandmaster, and he won 3 versus 3. It was a little bit trickier than that because black had 2 pawns doubled, but basically on one single motif of attacking F7 and then black had the passive rook. So 3
and it was the
versus
same
3.
material like this?
It was, there wasn't the pawn on A4, so it was 3 versus 3. White had kind of normal pawns, black had originally this, but then one of the pawns was exchanged and G6. So basically 2 versus 2, you can say. 2 versus 2, one pawn on G5, the other pawns somewhere else. Okay, so despite this being opposite colored bishops, it's very likely that this game will last for long. Right?
But how does white even play for something if black puts bishop on C5 and he will always have a threat of rook D2, no?
He didn't put the bishop on C5, interestingly.
He played
went
bishop
before. Yeah, bishop C5, maybe not even check. Maybe rook C3 immediately. Maybe that's the point. So bishop C5, rook C3, and it's hard to keep the bishop on the diagonal because rook C6, rook C7, and so on.
Yeah.
So bishop B4. But I think we are digging in the right direction. What black has to do is try to attack F2, and then, if you trade the rooks, it's a draw. If you don't trade the rooks, you are forced to protect F2 all the time. Yeah, so maybe. Okay, that's an interesting move. I mean, I want to say it's a draw if you take, but it's a bit of a challenge, right? I mean, it's only one pawn, but still, it's not perfectly symmetrical structure,
Yeah.
right? It's not a perfectly symmetrical structure, so it is a bit of a challenge if you trade. I mean, you're allowed to play, say, bishop
bishop
c5 or
C5,
bishop
yeah.
c3 or whatever, but it's very tempting. So it's an interesting practical decision, I want to claim.
So what is the sort of setup for black? I mean,
Maybe to start with g5. Yeah, I'm guessing if I'm on time to do this and this, and I don't know, probably this is needed, and then just stand with the king.
shouldn't it be easy draw?
Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. After all, maybe just a draw.
No, but I don't understand why did he play it so quickly.
Okay, I mean, I go here.
Anything, h6, let's say.
h6, I have a check, right? And then this, you drop the h-pawn.
Okay, I have bishop d2.
That's tricks, right? I mean, I should be able to bring the bishop here, probably. I mean, with the king on g6,
Yeah.
it's kind of
Yeah.
already a lost pawn. Which doesn't necessarily mean that you've lost the game after
Yeah,
you
yeah,
lost
of
h6,
course.
but it's sad. Like, yeah, it was one pawn, now it's two pawns. And after king f5, that's exactly what I'm hinting at, that I'll give a check. If king e7, I'll try to force the pawn to move. Maybe it will move to h4. That's the other story, like h5, h4.
h5, h4.
Yeah. So, I mean, there are still like subtleties, possibly. I do believe it's a draw, and not so hard draw. But on the other hand, probably Grishuk decided, okay, I don't have a chance anyhow else. Like just rook d2, as you said, rook d2, bishop c5 is
Yeah.
happening. And this, maybe it will cause some confusion.
Yeah. So
Maybe.
do you think he will take?
I think, yeah, like your thoughts in this moment when your opponent plays rook e4, you think, I mean, first of all, you calm down, you think, okay, if anything's terribly bad, I go bishop c5. And then you spend as much time as you find appropriate. Like now it's move 27 and he still has 40 minutes, so you can leave yourself. Like if you play bishop c5, you don't need that much time,
Yeah.
right? You'll probably reach the time control. There won't be any
Oh, bishop
kind
c5
of
played.
critical decisions
Yeah.
Immediately. So I would spend a serious amount of time trying to kind of work out till a draw after the exchange, because bishop c5, yeah, depends on personality, because maybe Bakroja thinks bishop c5 is an easy draw and I don't have to worry. But for me, I would rather exchange on e4 if I can make
yeah,
sure that this
of
is a
course.
draw. I would exchange on e4, and now you can find the setup and basically switch the brain off,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
With
yeah.
rooks, you always
Yeah.
have to react. Maybe it's an easy play, but still you will have to react all the time. a4 played by
So
Grishuk.
one more invitation.
But now rook d2 is going to happen. Rook d2 is going to happen. f2 is attacked. Bishop e2 will be rook a2, right?
Yeah, rook e2 played.
Rook e2 play. Okay, rook e2 is a draw, honestly. Rook e2 is just a draw, I believe.
Yeah, he took.
Yeah, now he takes. I think there'll be a first result. Move 29, right? And then you just play bishop b6, right? Stop the pawn and keep the bishop kind of targeting f2. f4. I think you go f5,
Yeah.
Okay. It's one of those cases when you don't really care about your pawns being fixed on opponent's bishop's color.
Yeah.
And draw agreed. f4, f5, king f3. Alexander Grishuk makes a draw against Etienne Bakro. It's clearly that the tournament didn't go in Grishuk's favor, right? Bakro is still within the striking range. He's half a point behind the lead. Was half a point behind the leaders. before this round. So it depends, of course, how Andreikin and Shankland will play today. But for Bakro, everything's still open. Right, so this is our first result, and I think maybe we can actually get an interview with the players. This we don't know yet, but what we hope to get is a little break for the commentators. Right?
Yes.
And yeah, coffee and stuff. Yeah. So stay tuned, guys. We are not going away too far. I'm just wondering if this interview happens with Bakro and Grishuk. This we will find out in next couple of minutes, and we will be back in
shortly,
10 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, but we'll be back shortly.
See
So
you.
stay tuned.
We still live in complicating times. Regarding the events in Ukraine and the war that broke out, FIDE recently made a decision to cut ties with Russian government sponsors of chess, to strip the Russian Federation of chess events, and also the Russian Federation and the Belarus Federation FIDE has made a decision for their players not to appear under their official state flags. How did you come to that decision? What was the debate inside FIDE?
Well, I should be a little bit careful because we make collective decisions on these things, and we kind of stand by our collective decisions. Obviously, initially, until it became untenable, Arkady Dvorkovich wanted to hold the Olympiad in Moscow. It's, in fact, already a colossal amount of work and effort had gone into that Olympiad. And, I think before the invasion, that was a perfectly valid position, but it very quickly became clear that this was no longer tenable. It was obvious there was going to be a massive boycott, and we acted, I would say, rather quickly to take some decisions. FIDE isn't always the most fleet-footed organization, but we understood things needed to be done, and one of the I think our decision on Sunday actually surprised a lot of people. They said, the decisions that we made received widespread praise, even from people who are normally very, very critical of us. We went much further than people expected we would do. So we were ahead of the game. Whether we've gone far enough, I think that is another matter. These are things which are being reviewed all the time, because this is a rapidly changing situation. We do follow the lead of the International Olympic Committee on many things. I mean, we don't feel we're, let's say, entirely beholden to them. We have to follow every single comma of what they say. But basically, we do follow the lead of the IOC, and maybe there will be other measures. It's something we're reviewing, and we're reviewing it at this moment.
And how will FIDE's organization be affected? Because obviously a lot of your work was stationed in Russia and your business ties as well.
One of the things that people haven't realized is that FIDE, under Arkady Dvorkovich, has changed quite dramatically. So our financial structure, first of all, our budget is much larger than it was. So when we took over, the budget, the published budget was about 2.7 million euros. It's piffling for an organization of this size with a large number of countries, and that's now closer to 13 million. So and we've diversified away from Russian sponsorship. We do have Russian sponsorship, and we will take a hit on that. But in fact, we have our financial situation has improved so much that this is not catastrophic for us at all. In fact, there was not even a great debate about whether we needed to do this. It was consensus was reached very quickly because reputation is very, very important for an international sporting body, and nobody is in favor of resolving matters by military means within our organization. So we are in favor of diplomacy, negotiation, and we are fundamentally against war, obviously.
And just one more thing before I let you go, just looking at the whole thing that's happening now from a higher perspective, a wider perspective, how will the war between Russia and Ukraine affect the chess world? The first game of the day has finished, the first game of round 3, the game between Alexander Grischuk and Etienne Bacrot. It was a draw in the Petrov. Etienne, do you want to start us off about this game?
It was more solid than in Berlin.
More
when
solid.
We had crazy game. And okay, so I was quite lucky to remember the lines. And okay, after the opening, it's slightly difficult. I mean, slightly better for white, but very slightly. It should be quite normal draw.
So it was a straight line towards the draw, so to speak.
Okay, it's always there are thousands of straight lines here to the draw.
Yes. Alexander, what's your verdict on the?
Yeah. Of course, it was a surprise. It's called Petrov in English, but in Russia it's called Russian defense. So I thought maybe I started to play French and Etienne started to play Russian. But yeah, of course, I was surprised, and I played a very tricky line. It's actually very dangerous for black. But Etienne, he knew, and then it's pretty much a dead draw. It's an extra pawn, but no chances to win.
Okay, so Alexander, this is the third round, and this is the first half a point for you. How are you feeling with the tournament and with everything?
No, I made like 7 blunders in first 2 games, so it's anyway it's better to make a draw than to lose. Yeah. Not a huge deal, but still.
Are you feeling that you're kind of getting into your element slowly?
No.
No, not yet. Okay. Etienne, what about you? 3 draws in a row? Is this a good thing? Satisfied?
Okay, after Berlin Grand Prix, it's already I'm not fighting for candidates. So. Okay, we play games and we see.
Is that
I'm not.
Is that more likely to make
I
you...
enjoy
sorry.
it to play. I enjoy to play chess, but for me it's not.
It's not a competitive, so to speak. I mean,
Okay, of course, it's on the days when we play, it's competitive, but okay.
But is this likely to make you more adventurous? Because
Not today.
not today, definitely. Okay, but in general,
Yeah, in general, yeah, I started because I started to play many openings, and yeah, Petrov is a bit too solid. Yeah.
too solid for that. What about you, Alexander? Is your appetite for adventure growing, or on the chessboard? I mean,
No.
no. Not yet. Okay. Well, thank you both. We wish you lots of success in the coming days, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It's round 3 of Belgrade Grand Prix, and it turns out the commentator's trick still works. If you go for a break, something's going to be finished. So Pool A is done for today. We've seen Grishuk and Bakro signing a draw, and while we were on a break,
Andrei-Kinchenko.
yeah, Andrei-Kinchenko, pretty much the same scenario, opposite colored bishops at the very end. It's also a draw. Well, not much can be said about this game. Maybe Andrei-Kin just confused something in the opening because he didn't put any pressure on Shankland whatsoever. So the situation in this group after the first mini round robin is pretty clear. Andrei-Kin and Shankland are tied on +1, 2 points out of 3. Bakro 1.5 out of 3, and Alexander Grishuk only has half a point. Right. In the other games, things are heating up. Like Giri, for instance, is a queen down. Can you believe it? I was told he has sacrificed the queen, and this decision took him 26 seconds. So apparently he was still in his book when he went for it. Let me find where we were last time. Yeah, queen takes here was played, e6, interestingly, fe6, queen e2, so white sacrifices the pawn in order to probably try to win it back on d4, a5, c4, now the queen is in slight danger, plus e6 is hanging with a check, and then he played queen f3, plain and simple. Take the knight, knight takes d4, knight f3, but that's pretty much forcing operation, right? Where you know, black gets almost enough material, or should I say just enough material. Right, then if black somehow manages to make sure that the c pawn is alive, you know, like play c5, bishop f8, maybe we can just claim it's a fortress immediately.
Or c5, bishop f6, bishop d4,
yeah,
that
well,
would be a dream.
This is probably ideal, right? So just to put the bishop on d4. Before that, there still could be some slight difficulties. But overall, it does seem like some sort of a fortress. And
so you think queen f3 was preparation, or?
I was told that he played it extremely fast.
But he did spend some time for previous moves.
Or maybe he just decided on queen f3 previously.
Yeah.
Because after queen b3, e6 is quite tempting. After queen e2, well, here you do have choices. I mean, it's not your only move to go a5, yeah?
Also, instead of queen e2, queen e4 seems to have much more sense.
Queen d5 then, probably. Queen d5. It's not that it's too much different, because after queen e2, he could still go, he could still play queen e5, right? Queen d5. And at least at first glance, it's not clear if white has anything better than taking on e6, which he can also do from e4.
Yeah. Okay, here maybe even rook a6 is possible. So,
I don't know if white's better. I mean, maybe marginally better, because I mean this pawns, right? Maybe rook a6 was bothering him. Anyway, I thought things are heating up, but you don't necessarily say this about the position where one side is trying to build a fortress, right? It's not necessarily heating up, but it's just I thought, you know, queen sacrifice has to be mentioned this way or not.
But it seems like black should hold.
Relatively easy, yeah. Maybe I just put it over here. It's a little bit strange, like on b4, right? Not doing an awful lot, but it will protect all the pawns. like bishop before c5,
C5,
if I'm
yeah.
allowed to play bishop before and c5. And then white will have to watch out for the a pawn, because on a5 it's not scary, on a3 it's already like very close. Yeah, so probably just a draw. What's the other game in this pool? Vityugov, Nikita with white against Tabatabai. Ah, this endgame, this beautiful endgame. Okay, got some development. King indeed takes on e2. Then it was g3, bishop h3, king went to f6. Okay. Rook went to b6. Where the knight is going to e6, and then white goes f4. Then knight g7. Yeah, that's exactly the way.
That's the way to protect.
That's
right?
exactly the way they are playing. So making all the ugliest moves possible. The knight is on g7, the rook is on b6, kind of stopping b4. You may almost say like it's a fortress already. Like put the bishop on b4, right? If white takes, take with the rook.
Yeah.
Protect after rook c5. Protect the a5 pawn with rook a8. And it's very likely that white won't be able to break through at all. Okay, some h3, g4 one day, but that's far, far away from reality. Yeah, it could be that it just works for black. At least worked in this particular game. But yet again, this is not something very exciting. Move 25. I presume still that white can try this to play this for quite some time.
I mean, if some plan is clear, then
Yeah, like
I
put the knight on
understand.
e5, bishop to f3, and h3, g4, or maybe bishop to d3. I don't know. Like
Yeah.
knight to e5, king f3, bishop to d3, and then try to go for h3, g4. Who knows? Maybe it will bring something.
Yeah, but it will take, I think, a long time.
Yeah,
So what's the next? Pool C, right?
Yeah, that's potentially our longest game.
Yeah.
That's potentially our longest
sure.
game because, yeah, it all depends. I would argue it all depends on Vityugov because black is very solid and he's unlikely to be able to change the structure in some way. So he just plans to sit and wait. Yeah, and then yeah, if Vityugov finds the way, then yeah, then we might be talking something. Pool C, and Pool C we have to start with Vidit and Rapport. Here, like 2 moves played, 3 moves played. Very slow development. Knight b to d7, knight f4. Bishop
B7,
ended up
yeah.
on b7, rook b1. This knight goes to f8, and knight g6, knight back to e2, queen e7, and knight g3. So he puts the knight on f4 and then on g3 instead of going knight g3 as I was originally thinking. Funny enough, this knight on g6 might not be all that well placed. Right, because knight f8, knight g6 looks like a very typical maneuver, but I think what black often does, plays g6 to stop the knight from going to f5, and then sometimes even plays h5, h4 to disturb this knight. Yeah, and you cannot play g6 for an obvious reason, and also it's much harder to play h5 because g6 is hanging. The knight on g6 is hanging.
But it feels very natural to play knight f8, knight g6.
Yeah, knight f8, knight g6, I agree. Okay, queen d7.
And so does he want to go bishop f8 or knight f5?
Maybe he fights against e4, that's the main reason, right? e4, pawn takes, bishop g3.
Yeah.
Pawn takes, because white would have had enough attackers, or not really, with queen on e7. Not still, yeah, I mean, if the queen's
but
on
even
e7.
if queen was on e7, it wouldn't be possible.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit...
yeah.
A little bit surprising. Queen d7, yeah, maybe like stepping away from knight f5, you know, just found it useful. What white usually does is bishop d2, rook e1, right? I mean, if he wants to play e4.
I like white somehow.
A4, A5, or A4, B5 could be ideas as well. Not easy.
Maybe black can put knight on h4. Then to stop knight f5 and so
Yeah,
on.
yeah, you're right. In fact, knight h4 is an interesting try. So, by the same token, can I put the knight on f5 first? Because I'm kind of to move, right?
Yeah.
So go to f5, stop knight h4. Because sometimes, well, ideally, I would prefer the rook here so that it can go to e2.
Yeah.
And then sometimes it would be g4 and g4 and then even bring in the rook or the queen to g2 and somehow not rushing with e3, e4, but trying to attack on the king side first. Okay, so here at least we have board full of pieces, just one pair of pawns being exchanged. On move 16, Vidit is below 40 minutes, Rapport is just above 40 minutes.
No, it's also important game. If Rapport, let's say, wins, it will be tied, right?
Yeah, he catches up with it. Yeah, so that's kind of a direct encounter. In a way, we can say everything in Rapport hands.
Yeah.
Right. So because I'm thinking out of if I'm referring to the first leg of Grand Prix to Berlin, out of all the leaders of the group after first mini round robin, right? After 3 rounds, out of all the leaders, I'm trying to recall. I think only Wesley So lost the tiebreak. I don't recall what was in Pool B, but Nakamura, who was leading, eventually won the group, and also Aronian, who was leading, won the group. So that's kind of important for Rapport. If he makes a draw, it's 1 full point going into last 3 rounds. Yes, for him it's very important to try to win if he's planning to qualify.
And there is also no other purpose of the tournament generally, just to qualify for the candidates, right?
Yeah, well, some money on the
line.
Of
course, there is prize fund, yes.
Interestingly, once again, it matters if you go out of the group. Otherwise, it is different, but it's not like kind of life-changing money. If you are kind of 3rd or 4th in the group, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter for these players. Did he play? Yeah, he did play knight f5.
So does he want to go bishop f8?
Maybe. Okay, first things first. If I try to exchange the knight, if I go to e7, what does white do?
Knight d6.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm tempted to do. Kind of take on d6.
He went bishop f8, by the way.
Yeah, he did play bishop
because
f8.
Here bishop d2, bishop e1, if I manage to do this, that would be...
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So this bishop all of a sudden might find this diagonal to be very useful. And it's hard to stop white from doing that. Yeah, like knight g6, I will probably find a way to protect it, like rook e1 and so on. And without the dark square bishop, even if I've played f3, c5, it feels strange, right?
Yeah.
So white takes twice and then... yeah, so bishop f8. Vidit thinks that he needs to preserve this bishop. All right, but then white can think of maybe not playing g4 immediately, but kind of preparing somehow to play g4.
So is e4 possible now?
That's a good question. Is e4 possible? And what if it's possible in terms of like white's not losing material, then what black is planning to do? Because what? Like if you don't take, I'm afraid of e5, like big time. These structures, I don't know, some people manage to play it. To me, it looks lost. I mean, e5 is on the board. So if I'm playing black here, I want to take, for sure. And he takes. But then there are like additional ideas connected with knight h6, with bishop g5. The d4 pawn is, d4 pawn is kind of weak for now. So maybe something can be done. But what? 97.
No, then knight h6. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, at the end d4 is hanging. Yeah, knight h6, we can probably show it.
Okay, I'm not losing actually. Rook
Yeah,
f2
you're
I
not
have,
losing
yes.
immediately, but
Yeah.
yeah, you've dropped the pawn, and the fact that you have to go back under the pin, it's like if you play other rook to f2 and attack f7, then I would believe that maybe some attack, but it's kind of if we go back, like just play something.
Knight
some
g6, knight e5, yeah.
All right, so one more time, e4 takes over here and knight e7. The thing is, it's still far from being clear. I mean, e5 is there. There is also a chance that I can simply protect the d4 pawn.
Like d5 even? Yeah.
And even d5, yes, as well. d5, as I takes, rook takes. Very sharp position.
Yeah.
And also very, very dangerous for black, I must say. Because now, like if this happens, the bishop on b7 is for quite some time is not participating, right? And then white like maybe is threatening some e5 and h7 and so on.
No, it looks very dangerous.
Yeah. So it's a big question.
No, it feels wrong for black also. This knight g6, bishop f8, this kind of mixture of moves, it feels wrong. As you said, if black managed to play g6, it would be really solid.
e4, I don't know. It's kind of trying to mess things up with c5. Can this work?
e5?
Yeah, my point was that I was hoping to take on d4, and I understand it's scary. And you know what? Maybe just as an offer, maybe let's agree. Let's agree that opening the rook should not hurt. Yeah, e5, he captures there, we capture there, he captures on c3. I don't know what's that position, but it looks very good for white, if you ask me. I mean, just take, right? Just take, takes maybe check on c5 and then c3 pawn survives. Maybe just take this guy. Then d4. So ideally, I wanted black to capture back so that I can take the bishop and then continue. But he's probably not capturing back. He gives a check. King goes and goes d4. And it's so messy. White might be winning. I won't be surprised if white is winning here, but...
Yeah, bishop g5, bishop f6, and knight h6.
Yeah, we really want this, and knight h6 checkmate. But bishop g5, probably some rook e6 will happen. Oof. I suggest we wait for Rapport to make a move to start, like, seriously speculate about this. Okay, yes, so c5 might be the reaction. Otherwise, not so clear.
Okay, maybe we can move on. I think they will take some time. So
moving on to Fedoseev and Shirov, right? That's the other game in this pool.
So they're both on half points, right?
Mm-hmm. For them, it's hard to imagine catching up with Vidit, but
it's still important.
Once again, if Vidit loses and someone wins, it's half a point. Yeah, 2 leaders and you're half a point behind 2 leaders. It's tricky, but still doable in 3 games remaining. If it's a draw, then it feels like both will lose chances.
Yeah.
Fedoseev and Shirov, here they are. Whoa, something happens. Queen a5 is what I remember.
Okay, not a lot of moves were played. Yes, queen a5.
b4 takes over here and queen to c2. Something very, very kind of forcing. So Shirov basically denies all the, all the positional principles, I want to say. Just goes for something extremely sharp. Because if white finishes the development, right, black is in huge trouble. Knight d3, protecting the b2 pawn, queen c4, and here white decides to sacrifice by going queen a4. Queen takes d4, sacrifice accepted. e3, I guess, even though Fedoshev is still thinking. I would think e3, knight e5, but maybe it doesn't lead anywhere. Queen b6 and knight e5, and maybe bishop b5 next move. Don't know how serious that is. Maybe it's nothing. Even like a6.
Knight d3 feels weird.
Strange, right?
Yes, like if you could somehow
Strange.
give this b2 pawn, let's say play queen b7. Queen
Here.
was on b5, yeah.
Yeah, queen b7, probably rook.
Yeah, rook b8.
Rook b8, you can do this maybe. Queen b2 and rook, I don't know, d1, c1.
Yeah, here's queen c3.
c1.
Oh, there is knight d7, yeah.
Queen c1 is a trap. Rook c1 is a trap. If you take, queen c8 actually wins.
And it's a mate, it's not...
It's not even a double
Yeah.
attack on the queen, which would also do, but it's a checkmate,
Yeah.
right? So rook c1 is a threat of a checkmate. So I'm guessing, in reality, he was planning to play rook d8. Quite possible that he was planning to play rook d8. And
Knight
then
c6,
knight c6, queen b2.
rook c1.
And I mean, you just go rook
Yeah.
c1 or rook d1. Rook d1,
Rook
it's a
d1,
check,
there's, yeah.
Rook c1, and then the rook is trapped. Fair enough. Some bishop d6. Yeah, maybe this is what's annoying. Bishop d6. You can, and probably should,
Retreat, yeah.
go to d2. And then knight e4. You see, I mean, he's
Yeah.
jumping.
Okay, they also calculated, probably they had enough time to check all these things.
But yeah, but I totally agree. Knight d3 feels wrong. Might not be the wrong move, but
Yeah.
that means that something earlier went wrong, and white already doesn't have the killing advantage, right? Because, like, if everything was right up to this point, you are supposed to play, I don't know, e3,
Yeah, exactly,
develop the
exactly, yeah.
bishop, and just win. Yeah.
Yeah.
Immortal game. Look here, play e3. He takes, you go bishop b5. This is how you are supposed to be winning in this game.
Yes,
It probably doesn't work, yeah, but like he takes two rooks and then somehow you checkmate.
Yeah, there is nothing, yeah.
There is absolutely nothing. Okay, but in this game, I think we are up for kind of an early crisis because 15 moves only, Shirov down to 25 minutes, but up a pawn. So unless white comes up with something kind of clever immediately, rook c1 though, maybe that's the other way, maybe not to rush with e3, but somehow to play rook c. Even bishop c7 is a possible move to try to take some squares from the queen. Or queen c6, wait a second, queen c6 to start with. This seems to be the only move, right?
Yes.
Bishop c7. And the thing is, if rook c8, e3 doesn't really work all that well because there is still queen b6, right? The bishop in c7 is pinned.
Yeah.
But queen b7 kind of wins an exchange, if I see it correctly. Queen b7. The rook is trapped.
So instead of rook c8, there has to be something else.
Yeah. So again, queen c6.
Okay, so rook d8 seems
cannot
like,
leave. Cannot leave the rook under attack with a check. After bishop c7, yeah, you probably should look for something else. kind of allowing the capture and then doing something.
But still, it will be.
Yeah, and also white kind of ready to play e3, and this queen will run under more tempi, right? So b6 is restricted. I think it's the way to go for white. I think it's the way to go for white. And since I've discovered this line with queen c6, maybe I'm a little bit more optimistic about further safe chances.
Ah, maybe there is knight b. Ah, no, gosh, knight b6. I forgot it. It's pinned. Because I thought, let's say, if there's, if it's not pinned, I thought first there is bishop e3, but I saw queen c4. Yes.
Yeah.
But of course, it's not.
Yeah, like rook d8. Yeah, this looks logical.
And there is now some queen c4.
Yeah, maybe that's what you. Maybe that's what you have to do. Queen c4. Say takes over here. If bishop d8, just king d8. Right. So it's a pawn for an exchange. White is kind of undeveloped, yeah, and also it's an awkward move with the knight, like where the knight's going. f4 probably.
And then even g5.
And then even g5, and then what? And then we go to h3, and then black can even play positionally, like go h6. Because this g5 pawn, in combination with the knight on e5, it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this looks playable. Again, it depends on kind of forcing lines, yeah, but looks playable for now. Right. Okay, further safe, still thinking.
No, I think he will go for queen c6. It also looks very straightforward. Like.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there is some clever alternative, but I don't really see it. Like bishop e3 stops the queen from coming back, but you can do it after queen c6 again.
Yes.
You can do it, or no, no, after queen c6 there will be queen c4. Maybe that is what you are debating. So you can start by doing this, and then queen c4 runs into rook c1. So you force the queen to say go to e4, and then you do.
But there will be no bishop c7, right?
There will be no bishop c7, so after that he simply goes to d8.
And bishop a7.
And bishop a7, but yeah, like I'm not sure if what we are doing is great, right? So he plays this. And the king is still in the center, the bishop is still undeveloped.
Can we play some f3?
Yeah, you can play f3 though. After this check, you go g3. It's again some weird position, right? After that,
knight e5.
even knight e5.
No,
or
there.
rook c1 is possible. Confused, really confused.
Okay, this is the sharpest game of the
sharpest
day.
And also perhaps the most complicated.
Yeah.
Strangely, like Giri's, yes, he sacrificed the queen and everything, but for now it already doesn't look that hard.
Okay,
okay.
we can go to pool D, right?
Let's leave him thinking and let's go to pool D. Mamdyarov, I'm very happy, has the rook on a5, exactly as I thought he would. So rook b5, a6, rook a5, rook c7, all that happened, and white went bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3 is very nice because there will be always some back rank mate also.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
This and also covers b1.
Yeah.
So I've realized after that, you might as well have this move. Might as well have this move, rook b7.
Queen f.
Queen b7, yeah, or
wanted to say queen f6, but is it?
rook c5.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think you
course.
take, and you go
queen b2.
Yeah, you go queen b2, and wait, and you have a check. Queen b4 was my secret hope, so that I'm threatening a checkmate. You cannot take the pawn, but you have a check. Bishop f1.
No, but you could go
still pawn up.
queen
yeah.
A, queen A1, bishop F1,
No,
queen
queen A1.
A2.
Check
right?
and then
Yes,
queen
yes.
A1. Or an immediate queen A1.
Immediate queen A1 and
It's
there is
queen B1.
there's
It's queen B1 and
nice,
he's
nice.
swapping the
But there's queen C8.
queen C3, check. And queen C8. Not bishop C8,
Yeah.
but queen C8. It's annoying. It's annoying. Somehow, even this tactic, which I thought was very clever, it still works for black. Black goes queen F8, kind of in preparation for this line. So he wants, basically what black wants is something that we were looking at. Yeah, rook takes, and now for rook b7 not to work, so that he can take with the queen, and he can, or he hopes to, make a draw in this version, right? Check, rook c8, and then rook c1 is, rook c1 is a threat, so you have to trade.
Yeah.
Probably it's a draw. I mean, I would still be a little bit scared, but white king is too far, right? Like if we exchange, the king is a bit too far.
Yeah.
But yeah, credit to Mamedyarov. I think he did find some, kind of find a way to pull some problems.
Yeah.
C6, by the way. Is it a move? Like C6. Now, if pawn takes, I guess it's something that you don't like. Bishop A6, or even like more positional queen C5 is very bad for black. So C6, black has to take. Rook takes B7, rook takes C3. Actually, C6 is, it looks very strong, right? Yeah? Look, C6. Here, it's hard to react in any other way.
Yeah, I think rook c6 is...
Rook c6, rook p7, rook c3, and now I think just a clever move like h3 or something. I mean, not to get checkmated on the last rank. I don't know if it's exactly h3, maybe.
No, h3 feels like...
Yeah, like g3, bishop h3 is something not very pleasant.
Yeah.
G4, you'll take it, right? Oh, maybe h3, okay, and queen d6, g4. I understand it's not very convenient, right? But I'm winning a pawn sooner or later.
Maybe f4 even, after queen d6.
Queen d6, yeah, maybe f4.
Yeah, this...
You can make an argument for f4 immediately, right? Okay, it's a check, but you say, I go king f2, and then f5 is additional threat. This is something that Mamedyarov would go for.
Yes, exactly.
This feels right, feels like in his spirit. Yeah, and if c6 played, then once again it brings kind of a conflict on the board very rapidly.
Yeah.
Because black will no longer have kind of safe options. He will have to calculate and make sure that he has enough after rook takes c6. Yeah, so this queen f8, could it be that he's sort of underestimated the danger? I like c6, I don't know. Shah is still thinking. He might have
maybe he's thinking if it's necessary. Let's say he can also go h3. So.
But then we are back to this, right? Rook takes, white takes on c5, queen takes. We are back to these things. Or, this.
Takes. Here there is bishop a6.
Everything. Bishop a6, rook a2, rook a3. I mean, this is something that we looked at. And funny enough, remember this?
Yes.
Funny enough, I still can't believe it. It's not a draw, but it might not be.
Oh, this is d4,
Yeah, d4 and somehow this extra pawn.
Yeah, but it might just work for
Bishop
white.
b7 is surprisingly a threat.
Yeah.
Bishop b7 is surprisingly a threat,
Maybe bishop c8, is that like...
I was thinking, but still, I mean, first of all, takes and rook c2, it's a rook endgame, but also there is bishop b7. If I want
nice.
It's probably bishop b7 is stronger, right?
Yes,
because I'm trading the rooks, and then you are left with d5 plus the passed pawn.
Yeah, nice.
Oof. So right, h3 kind of works as well. c3 kind of works, but my argument is that c6, if it works as I thought it does, then it might be much better, like almost winning. Almost winning.
No, even f4 is a possibility.
Also f4, f5 is a possibility.
And it's also is in
right.
Mamedyarov style, so.
f4 is a move as well.
And there are many options, probably. That's a bit annoying thing.
But he has time under control as well, so it's his opponent who has less time. 16 minutes left for Alexander Predke. For Mamedyarov, comfortable 40. 20 more moves to play though. 20 more moves. Oof. So there is that, and there is Yu Yang and MBL. This mysterious, I wanted to say mysterious Grunfeld, it's no longer a Grunfeld. So rook endgame pawn down for MBL. How come? Takes and e5. So it's very forcing f3. I think they are doing it from time to time. And yeah, you are saying that, but I have a beautiful square on d5 and 2 against 1 on the queen side, and they're just checkmating you somehow. Bishop h6, knight g3, h5, and so on. So f6, he felt obliged to, I don't know, somehow weaken the structure, but open up the bishops, d5. So it's been a lot of action in this game. In fact, we've kind of missed everything. Swap on d5. Why white is better exactly? Because he was to move and he takes b6. That's why he's better. Rook a5, e4. So he was the one to go for it. Like it feels like he could have taken on h4 a couple of times. So he was the one to confidently go for it, and we also, apparently he knows how to make a draw here. Yeah, this rook d3 is it's a nice move, nice touch kind of.
So black will just put rook on a3 and wait, right? Or
I guess h5 first, to make sure that this is hanging all the time, and then rook a3, and it's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing you can do.
No, it's very important to know this rook endgames, because it might be like the easiest way to make a draw, to enter them,
Yeah, it's interesting that some people kind of underestimate. Yeah, I mean, okay, why should I? It will never happen, or, well, if it will happen, I'll figure it out. It's not only that you know how to play this endgame, right? But 10 moves ago, like here, if you don't know that this endgame is draw, you might end up in some unpleasant position, like starting to defend, let's say, a6 pawn passively, and then white gets, like rook on a5, king on e4, and all of a sudden you're defending a tough position instead of just know that this is a draw, basically. So white goes a5, rook a3, and now black is free to just shuffle with the king here and there. It's much trickier with 3 pawns each, right? I mean, like when you have f2, g3, h4, then, and especially if white has already the king on f3, your rook is on the second rank, then it sometimes turns into like a matter of one tempo. Here, it's a draw by a huge margin, I believe. You just wait with the king. Pawn gets to, what, a6? That's it. I mean, if you get the pawn to a7, it's nothing to talk about. He can actually go here. It's not very usual, but in this case, it's good, I think. Right? And then just go to, wait a second. If check, I can go back. That's important. The point. That's important. Because originally I thought here, or maybe it does work. Maybe it does.
No, but why would black think about this?
Rook f6, you don't need, just king e6. And basically the point is that after a7, you're absolutely fine standing here, but king g4 is just as good, if not better. It's important not to be checked from behind. Rook a8, yeah.
Wait, although there is rook g8 in that position with king on g4. How is that? Is it very easy? Or?
I'm taking checking h3. I think it should be.
Yeah, it should be, but still, it's an additional option for white.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, probably this is just easier.
Yeah.
But if you want to look at it, yeah, like this, have to take. It's a check. I'm lucky to have king h3. Otherwise, I'm losing the other pawn. Yeah, but here I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think rook g5 and I mean you can give a check actually, right? You can give a check and just stand like this. And standing passively is good enough. You can also go to a3. So this is a draw, which will be a draw, right? Which will give Mamedyarov a chance to.
F4 was played.
Yeah, your move was played. Yeah, Mamedyarov gets a chance to become a sole leader in this group. Yeah, but that will be a very tough group, really.
Also, I wanted to ask, is it first time for Prudke to enter the Grand Prix series?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. And he's done so by showing a good result in Grand Swiss.
In Grand Swiss, in Riga, yeah.
All right, so Shah has played f4. Prudke went just below 15 minutes. Capturing on c5 shall be checked on every single move, right? I guess the point is that we take. Now if rook takes, it's just rook b7 pawn up.
Yep.
If queen takes, I'm guessing f5 will be played here. And yeah, you're kind of not in time to take on c3, right?
Okay, bishop d7 is the
Bishop
only
d7,
move, yeah.
Rook takes b7, yeah. Rook takes b7. Funny enough, after this, you even have rook b8. I don't know if you need it. Yeah, I don't know if you need it, but rook b8 is kind of super annoying. Actually, black will have to play something like that, right? Queen c7, you can trade and trade, take d5, some queen endgame pawn. This loses to rook c8 intermediate check. On the other hand, like what do you do if you don't take c5, right? f5 is still sort of a threat, simply f5, queen d5. Maybe it's not such a big threat now I'm thinking. f5, bishop d7, queen takes d5, bishop c6.
Also, f5 feels a bit strange. I mean, it's a very active sort of way to play, but you're closing your bishops. And you always want to have this back rank mate, so it's really concrete.
There is also one thought that after f4, e3 is a bit of a weakness. And if I do this, kind of voluntarily giving this pawn, at least after queen d5, bishop c6, all of a sudden I'm getting slightly optimistic because the rook on a5 is really misplaced now. So I will just switch the rooks like e7, d8, d7, don't know, e and d files, right? Rooks on normal squares.
It was played.
Bishop d7?
Yeah. Very nice.
So this might be the reason why bishop d7 wasn't...
why f4,
why f4 wasn't the most precise, even though we liked it a lot originally. But bishop d7 is a tricky move. And I think it's important to notice that it's especially because f4 is played. Because here, queen d5, bishop c6, yes, you still have compensation, but it's 2 pawns for not so much. After f4, e3 is weak, you will move e4, you'll create new weaknesses, right? Like after this, bishop c6, queen goes, yeah. I think probably start with rook d8 first and then see if it's queen goes to e7, rook goes to e7. But there is a feeling white will have to be very accurate not to get in trouble. Yeah, d7, I like the move. Bishop d7. So Shah will be thinking, yeah, I guess. It's not such a pleasant move to blunder. I'm almost sure it's either he has the move and he plays immediately, or he is shocked.
So what would be the
Don't know.
move for white?
What could be kind of the other move, right?
Yeah, the other move.
Queen d5, queen d6. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, if white takes, maybe queen f5, provoke g6, and put the queen somewhere to like f6, right? But the rook is so bad that even like at some point, like going queen d8, playing the endgame, two pawns down, but with rooks in the center, might be acceptable. So it's tricky, right?
No, it's even easier to play for black. I mean, if bishop gets to c6.
So is there merit in not taking? Maybe he will not take. Maybe, let's say, he goes rook b6, bishop goes to c6, and then rook a3 and returns with this other rook.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what.
And is it possible to play some c4? I mean, it looks very strange, but and then to get this rook a3.
So like if
bishop,
bishop takes, and after bishop c6, at least the rook goes back to a3. But then it's like, what I don't like, it's one pawn. And yeah, like rook a3 runs into rook d8, for instance, right? Oops, no, d8.
Yeah.
And then c5 is hanging.
Yeah, it feels strange.
Yeah, still not super convincing. Yeah, he might just take, might go bishop e2, f3, but then then f4, kind of the point of f4 is lost. Okay, let's leave him thinking. Let's check the other games. A reminder that Pool A finished in a draw. Both games pretty quick. Anish Giri with Pentala Harikrishna finished in a draw while we were talking. It's a perpetual along the F file. Nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Rook f8, rook to d1, king h8, rook d7, rook takes f2. Yeah, and after queen takes e7, it's check after check after check all the time. Yeah. And Giri, okay, he did spend some time, but quite possibly that.
Okay, so he remains the sole leader, right?
He remains the sole leader, yeah. If Vitigov wins, he will be half a point behind. But and we have one more draw, which is Yu Yangi and MVL, this rook endgame. Yeah. I don't think it was king e5. Yeah, that's a glitch.
Yes.
Once again, we have to mention this one.
Yeah.
When the game agreed the draw, kind of to fix the result, right? To transmit the result, you have to put the kings in the center.
Yeah.
And since it's still registered the black is to move, sometimes these weird things happen, like king e5. King e5 would be a loss after a7, so that's why we can surely say that it wasn't king e5 if the game is a draw. It's actually, hang on a second, it says the game's on, no official result yet. But we've seen players.
We've seen players. It's
I think
a draw.
I think he played like rook a8 and offered a draw or something.
Now clock stopped, so it's
so it's probably a draw. Right. Okay. Yeah. Confirmed.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
So all draws so far.
So far, all draws. Where we were, Pool B, Giri Harikrishna draw by perpetual on the F file. Vitigov and Tabatabai. Ooh, that's a scary game.
Scary for us.
Scary for us, yeah. Even though, I don't quite understand what Vitigov is trying to achieve. So he brought the knight to h4. Black knight, meanwhile, traveled from g7 to arguably a better square d6. b4 is out of question. Honestly, it does look almost impossible to make progress for. I'm starting to think, is it ever that black starts playing for
I
a
wanted
win?
to ask the same thing,
You know,
yes,
because
yes.
we are kind of tied down to this idea that, yeah, black is defending, black has worse structure. But yeah, like double the rooks on the e file, and then in the right moment, b6, c5. Is white entirely safe? Not clear. Not clear. Maybe that's the moment for Vitigov to actually care a bit about being solid.
Okay, so I think we will have an interview.
Yeah,
right?
we'll have an interview. It doesn't seem that something is like, we'll finish right
Yes.
now, so
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
we are
It's
safe
fine.
listening to an interview, and then we'll be back with you guys.
Full screen, okay. Okay, we're now joined by Pentala Harikrishna, who just drew his game with Anish Giriwet, not just about half an hour ago, and I saw the two of you in the backstage. We were waiting for you to come out, and we couldn't find you, and then I found you in the backstage analyzing the game passionately. It was a very sharp game, and would you show us just the critical moments here?
Yeah, I think yeah, this Queen F3 is very nice, nice idea which I actually missed. But probably Knight D4 is Black could play Knight D4, but I mean Knight D4, Knight D4, and maybe some pressure with Knight E6. Perhaps Black is okay here too. But he played Queen F3, and of course I think the simplest is just to play this. But then I was choosing between these two. I thought both are roughly equal. So that's actually what happened in the game. So this is the position which is, oh sorry. Okay.
Yeah, best move like that. Just
Yeah.
check there.
So
check
Queen
there.
E6 and now Rook F7, Rook E1. I thought this should be around equal. I don't think any side is playing for win. But if somebody, it's probably Black, because Black is very solid and he can just put the rooks on F8 and F7. But also, in order to get something, he needs this pawn to reach A3 and bishop to D4 and C5, which is kind of difficult to
He
achieve.
doesn't have time to get there.
I thought Rook D8 was quite, I mean, risky. I mean, quite interesting here. The idea is to go Rook to D6, Bishop F8, and regroup. But still, it's so hard to progress here. I think something like Queen C6. So yeah, it's many moves are possible here, but it should be around equal.
But you said you didn't see Queen F3. Obviously, when at this level, especially when someone sacrifices a queen like that, it tends to be a bit of a shock. How did you react immediately when he made that move, when he reached for your knight on F3?
Well, I mean, I saw that it's possible, but I didn't see that it was so forcing that there's absolutely nothing left to play, as in it's completely equalizing at once. And I thought, I mean, I actually didn't get anything out of the opening. He came up with interesting plan, which I didn't look at.
Do you want
today.
to show us his plan?
Well, it was played already, so B4, but I didn't look at it properly. So here maybe Rook E3 could be tried. I think afterwards I thought I got some pressure, but in reality it was fine for Black all the time.
Okay, so now you're on 1 point out of 3. I hope you won't mind me reminding. So, yeah, the first day started with a blunder. The second day with a missed chance. You improved. Now a very interesting game again. So, do you feel that your play is improving?
Definitely, I think compared to first day, every game is better. But the tournament is so short. Of course, I should come into form quick. I mean, from the game one itself. In any case, 3 more games to go, and I hope to give my best and see how it goes.
Okay, well, Pentala, thank you very much, and wish you lots of luck in the coming games.
Thank you.
Back to you, studio.
Okay, welcome back everybody. Right, today is a quiet day. I'm almost falling asleep. Another draw. Yeah, draw after draw after draw. We are left with 4 games only. And we didn't reach the first time control yet. Okay, from what is left, what's the most promising, Teodora? Rapport?
Yeah,
Is it
I think
Rapport?
that's the most interesting game. So we should.
Yeah, now we are shown Nikita Vidugov. That's this line of the Queen's Gambit that we kept talking about when you have the end game right after the opening, skipping the middle game part. And yeah, let's go to Richard Rapport, right? Where is he? Let me see. Yeah, Rapport with Vidit,
So
where
he did
E4
play.
was played. So finally, this marks the the real start of the big fight. Normally, because Black is, I must say, Black is kind of under strategic pressure. So if you don't have an immediate kind of comfortable reaction, then White is usually much better. Not simply better, but much better. Funny enough, with any of the any pawn moves like d5, if you d5, maybe you have a chance for c6, right? e5, knight d5, it's usually very bad. Like it looks nice square on d5, but it's only one square.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot kind of accommodate all the pieces on one square.
Also, if it was an endgame, let's say, it would probably be different, right? Because
yeah, in the endgame, you're not that scared. Yes, it's
exactly,
a partially White's advantage is in attacking potential, of course, right? Like same, I don't know what move we make for Black, something, I don't know, King h8, which is probably just a bad move. But yeah, just to highlight the difference between endgame, middle game, right? So in the endgame, you would say, okay, I can play f6 and undermine the e5 pawn. In the middle game, of course, f6 you might still want to play, but it's much harder because the king is in danger. So we are still wondering what's Black's moves gonna be. Like knight g4, I had a version, but then you are no longer attacking e4 pawn that many times. Yeah, knight g4 was the idea to play knight e5,
yeah,
and use the pin on the d file. But you no longer attack e4 that many times, and then White has bishop c4, hitting this, and then bishop g5. This looks bad.
Maybe c5 instead of, is it?
Yeah, to try to play c5. But then white takes, black takes very likely. Like bishop takes, yeah, exactly. That's why I paused here.
Yeah.
Maybe, possibly bishop takes.
Yeah, but I don't believe it.
Bishop takes. Yeah, because
Even
this
d
might
c5.
not be that dangerous, right? I mean, if I have to trade the queens, this might not be that dangerous. Rook b6. But yeah, on the other hand, what do I do? Because bishop e4 is something I don't want, right? I don't want to leave my opponent with the passed pawn and the bishop against the knight. Maybe though, bishop e4, like takes with the knight, and
Maybe there was rook. I mean, some interesting lines with rook f6, but because I just saw something for 1 second. Let's say rook f6, rook then back
but
rank.
then back
rank.
always,
No.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand some knight h5
Yeah, exactly.
and then so on. Yeah, but it's hard. Anyway, somehow I don't trust the c5. Even okay, let's say I don't want to mess with this bishop c5 thing. I just play d5 immediately. I understand knight e5 or what, but then also now we have to consider rook f6 like on every move, right?
Yeah. I mean, rook f6 might be a threat even in the current position.
Just rook f6 and play slowly.
Yeah.
Right, play slowly, put the knight on f5, put the other knight on g3. Right, so unless there is something for black, which I don't see really. Okay, we'll see how he reacts. Some queen g4 to h4 and knight to g4. Can this... I mean, it's a very narrow perimeter and probably it doesn't work completely.
h3, knight f5.
h3, yeah, you're right again. Yeah, queen g4. Because sometimes you would use that center is hanging, white queen is far away, and maybe, like queen h4, knight g4.
And also everything is so well protected for white.
Yeah, but it doesn't really work. Yeah, knight f5, and the queen is getting trapped because knight g3.
Okay, so rook e7 was played.
Rook e7. Rook e7 allows white
Rook f6.
a lot of stuff. Rook f6, bishop g5.
No,
I mean,
this feels...
if you don't want, I mean, you want to double the pawns, don't want to sacrifice, you can play bishop g5. Rook e7, are we sure it's the move? Because honestly, it looks terrible. It looks terrible. Is there some sort of tactic? What's the move after bishop g5? Can you see what he's
No, I would just like to see if he really played it, because can't be that... rook e6.
Rook e6,
yeah,
okay,
that
this
makes
is
more
a
sense.
little bit different, right? This is a little bit different, so at least it protects the knight. Still, like, d5 is tempting, you know, e5, as we were advertising, like both moves are kind of interesting. e5, one has to consider knight e5.
There's some
at least
queen
to
d5
consider,
also.
right?
Yeah.
Pawn takes and then take d3, you take the piece. Yeah, maybe still not enough. But yeah, but e5 is something you want to be careful with.
Yeah. No, but it feels like a very bad position for black. Like, white has to have something.
And if this?
I'm not confused about... Yeah, e5.
Because if rook goes back, again bishop g5 and so on.
No, but on d5, I'm sorry, on d5 I thought maybe
knight
d5.
takes, queen
yes.
takes. Yeah, you're right. You're
tricky.
absolutely right. Knight takes, queen takes, attacking this and
Yeah.
this. Now bishop e4, you are more than happy to sacrifice this exchange. I think black is just better. 2 pawns and powerful bishop, yeah? So my only hope for advantage would be this. But I don't believe it, to be honest.
Some knight h4.
Knight h4, yeah, knight h4. Knight h4, and that's
h7 is hanging.
That's
so.
it. Yeah, it's one check. I was also
Yeah,
like
yeah.
stopping myself because bishop h7, but what's then? This is hanging, also queen d1 in some moment. Yeah. This doesn't work because queen g2. Right. Okay, then the question would be if white plays a quiet move. Not e5, not d5, but
Bishop g5, yeah.
bishop g5. The reason I went for bishop b2, protect d4 and just bring the other rook. But then, yeah, they usually start jumping, like knight g4 here and then knight e5. Yeah, this is when it might work for black. Bishop g5 really feels serious, right? And then it's not clear. How bad is bishop f6 for black? Like, let's say I don't know, play rook e8. So bishop f6, I probably want to get rid of one pair of rooks, right?
Yeah, takes.
Takes and pawn takes. It's ugly, but
Not very ugly.
is it like resignable or? I mean, it's close to
Knight
right.
f5,
It's close
no,
to
it
knight
doesn't
f5.
work.
Yeah, knight f5. And also white is like better on every single square of the board, right? Because he can switch to, don't know, to the play on the c file or some d5, and this is doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. That's a really big result if Rapport wins. That's a really big result. What else? In this group, both games are in progress, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
Fedoseev playing
Okay, we can
Shirov.
check that one. It was also very interesting.
It looked that Fedoseev had found has found everything, right?
Yeah.
And we have found everything as well. So it is indeed that there is no mystery.
Yeah,
Black simply had no plan whatsoever. Yeah, bishop e7, e3, this, and even captured the pawn. Went rook c1, Shirov went b3, trying to confuse Fedoseev. How do you react to b3?
a3 is the first thing. Because ab3, bishop b4, yeah, that looks a bit...
Yeah, ab3, bishop b4, this is a little bit annoying, yeah. And then if the king goes to d1, which I thought would be the case, but then you can play e5, stopping queen d4 for now. Even though this is protected. But yeah, but you don't want to play with the king on d1. Why would you do this? Yeah, b3, a3, but then what? Then some knight e5.
There's queen d4.
Queen d4, yeah. That's what white apparently wants, to go queen d4 and just be super duper solid. So we are approaching the time trouble in every game. Here it's move 22, Rapport and Vidit also somewhere around this mark. So in this group we'll have two big time troubles. Then Nikita Vityugov, they are very close to time control mark, right?
Yeah.
Vityugov and
Tabatabai,
yeah. So that's likely to go
Yeah.
beyond the time control.
So
he does take.
Yes, I just understood that bishop b4, maybe white can just take and go rook c3. Because knight on d7 is hanging, so...
So take it, go rook c3.
Yeah.
It's a little bit kind of counterintuitive, but indeed after this... Oh, wait a second, there'll be a lot of nasty checks, right? Like a lot of meaning... Maybe perpetual check,
yeah.
queen c2.
First
F5,
I thought king f3,
g5,
but it's just draw, yeah.
Yeah, 5, g5, and so on.
Yeah. So what is he planning to do?
Yeah, I thought, well, if you trust your technique, you could try like queen d4 and say I'm a pawn up.
No.
But that's meh. And especially it's meh because rook a8. And I think black is just... It's
There is-
not fine, really, but
There is bishop
very
e2,
close.
yeah.
Ah, bishop e2.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Bishop e2 is clever, and then bishop d1 and king
King d2, yeah.
Yeah, so I have to do this. You still put the bishop on d1, maybe.
No, but this...
Somehow h3, h5, rook h3, but yeah, I don't trust it. I mean, again, if we compare like the position with extra
Of course,
exchange
yes.
and something like this, when you're not even sure if it's objectively
yeah,
winning,
yeah.
that's not the transformation one would choose, right?
Maybe he just wants to go king
Yeah,
e2.
maybe really the king move, e2 or d1, whatever. King e2, and then to play f3.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not that bad. Queen d4 is still an idea, right?
And f3 is actually a really threat because b4 is hanging, so rook b...
Hang on, something. Ah, so not even a check, but rook b8.
And Shearer is down to 5 minutes.
But now you can play f3, right? Now you can play f3. You can also play queen d4. You can also play queen d4, but this is apparently what Sheriff is fine with. Yeah, he trades, captures the pawn. And it's a clear exchange, but the pawn structure is such that d4 is weak and b2 is kind of also a little bit weak, plus the opposite colored bishop. So here black still has some hope, I would say. Maybe not much of a hope, maybe some, I don't know. Check, bishop f8,
Yeah,
right? g6, king g7, and
On f3,
somehow-
knight b6, yeah.
So still a little bit tricky. And if f3, okay, if f3, just to develop the pieces.
Maybe there is some bishop c5, but is it? No, it's not. It's too much.
And I'll just take the rook, right?
Yeah, right.
No, I thought queen g6 to still keep this one attacked. But then I'd probably go to f2 and rook b3. Yeah, still rook b3 is possible. Yeah, I was
And
looking
there is
at
knight f4 also. Is it trapping the queen?
I like this.
Yes.
Knight f4, unlikely to trap the queen.
Yeah,
but
okay.
yeah.
Rook c7.
Rook c7, yeah, it could be that, you know, human reaction is to, I mean, unless you're deep in the position, you want to develop the piece. Maybe you don't need to. Maybe you just go and take the more material. You go rook c7, you take on d7, you say, yeah, okay. It's enough for me to have the knight on d3. Yeah, so f3, queen g6 we probably play, and then maybe we just go rook c7.
Maybe we can go with Hugo Tabatabai just to
Yeah,
see
yeah,
if he made
just
some
to-
progress.
Just to see what happens. Okay, he clearly
It's a
decided to
draw.
play. Ah, no. I thought he clearly decided to play. He doubled on the e file, but then a draw was agreed,
Yeah.
right? So apparently, this b6 c5 plan wasn't.
And
any
he actually
dangerous.
played rook c8 at some point. I thought he really chose to play b6 c5 for a win. He played.
So they
yeah.
reached just reached move 40, and they've agreed a draw basically. So that means this is also out of the way, and nothing has changed in this group either, right?
Yeah.
So Giri is leading with 1 full point. Vitigov and Tabatabai made the draw. 2.5 for Giri, 1.5 for Vitigov, 1 point each for Tabatabai and Petala Harikrishna. We are left with 3 games only.
Yeah.
And still didn't make it to the time control yet. Today is a kind of a faster day for some reason. Imagine being left with 1 game only, which will last forever. I don't know which one it's going to be. Mamediyarov?
Yeah.
Mamediyarov, Predke.
Oh.
A lot of changes. A lot of changes. And still only move 30, f4, bishop to d7. should quickly, rook a3 immediately. Bishop f5, rook b3. Interesting decision by Chach.
Yeah, bishop e4 was a threat. So.
Bishop e4,
yeah.
bishop f1, and then you're, maybe deserves to be shown, because
yeah,
one could think, you go a3, your pawns are safe, everything's good, but bishop e4 is so annoying. You can protect the pawn, and then black probably does this and doesn't have to do anything else.
Yeah.
Okay, you go g4, but what's then?
Maybe check rook a8, is it?
But you're
no,
running
then
into
d4.
Yeah, you're running into d4.
Yes.
So all in all, looks like black was relatively safe. And then if g4, maybe g5 is what you do in fact, to restrict black, to restrict white a little. And the pieces are so passive. Then, bishop b5, you can give a check on g2. You can just give checks on a1, a2.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So.
But in the final position, still.
There is still some tension left.
It's not that clear,
Bishop d3, so they've traded, rook d5, g6. So basically that's 4 versus 3, right? Interestingly, decided not to play rook e2, to go g6, h4, h5, f5, king g7.
Wasn't g4 more sort of logical than
h4?
h4? Yeah.
Maybe not with the king cut off.
I
don't know. I mean, this is once again a common knowledge, right?
Of course,
Even here, if you move your first pawn, it's the g pawn, right?
Okay, if pawn on f2 was, if the pawn was on f2, it would be much better,
Yeah, like g4, h4, you want to get h5, so you prefer the fifth rank, kind of control over the fifth rank. Well, what Mamedyarov does also makes sense, because now if h takes, right? I mean, I'm not sure if the king is coming out, but normally, like with king on f3, with pawn on g3, there are winning chances. It's like, I'm not sure, it depends on, like, starts to depend on the
many factors.
On kind of placement of the pieces, because sometimes you just look, okay, the structure is such, rook behind the pass pawn, it's a draw, right? Or whatever, other way around, it's winning. So once again, it's a knowledge from other Bach books, which you can imagine were probably corrected for the few times. But if pawns are like this, marked with red, so g7, h6, g4, h5, and then you have like white pawn on e5, for instance, it's winning. With king somewhere supporting the pawn, right? It's winning. One file kind of closer to the center, like this, g6, h5 against potentially g3, h4, right? So you want it to be here to play g3. It's more likely a draw than a win, but still some chances. And then it kind of depends on how you... and he starts going towards this direction. So king h2. No, wait a second. King takes g6. King takes g6, which probably is more clever, because now if 6 will be played, then it will be even harder for white to get anything. King h2. What's that move? Move 34. It will last for some time, apparently. It's not that you can make an immediate draw, right?
It seemed like, let's say, rook g5 was a possibility to sort of try to cut the king. But probably black goes king f6, right?
Can he? King f6, I think. I understand if you take it's rook e2, but king f1. And then how do you protect h5? I mean, you have checks. I'll go to f3 after a couple of checks. I think this is the way to plunder. So maybe he was fine going here. As like, my king is cut off, but your king is cut off, sort of, right? King h2, I don't know, goes f6, for instance.
And rook e2, and then...
Like if rook here, you just go, and then rook g3, rook e2, maybe. Or even that, or even that, rook e4. So it will last for some time, King h2, Predke gives rook a3. Or maybe it will not last for some time.
Okay, rook e5 is forced.
Rook e5 is forced.
Ah, rook g5.
Rook g5 check
yeah,
now. Okay, it makes sense,
King.
yeah. Rook g5 check. But now you can go king f6, right?
He already went king h6. I also thought maybe king f6.
Ah, no, e4. Again, we are blundering the same thing.
Yeah.
Now the pawn can move.
Yeah.
We had the rook on the second or wherever it was, right? And now the pawn can move to e5. And sometimes those positions also would be a draw because white rook is kind of passive. But why? Yeah, like you play one pawn down, white will play 2 pawns down. So king h6 already on the board. Okay, let's agree on this. If there is a chance, Shah will find it.
Yeah.
So for now, that's not the most entertaining. Vidugov already a draw. So basically we have this game and Pool C playing.
Yeah. So let's just go to a more interesting one.
Yeah. Let's check. Fedoseev, Shirov. Okay, some moves played. F3, a check. Queen h6, bishop e2. So he's up, exchanging the pawn, right? Those 2 b pawns, however, doesn't matter really. Rook takes b3. Indeed, rook c7 might win more material, interestingly. Right?
Yeah.
So maybe even can't touch the pawn. Yeah, and realistically, I know for the blitz, I would still be slightly optimistic with black because a lot of weaknesses and so on, but realistically, white probably plays something. King f2, you know, h4, rook c3.
Yeah, it looks lost.
Looks lost for Alexei Shirov also. He's short on time, 2 minutes, and it's only move 26. So if Fedoseev wins, what's the situation here? He'll
be 1.5, right?
Back to 50%, right?
Yeah.
He'll be back to 50%. So really important for him that Rapport wins. So then
it will be only half point.
Yeah, it will be half point from 2 plays, but only half point. Yeah. And Rapport, these guys are both getting into time trouble. This we've seen, rook e6, bishop b2. Yeah, protect d4. Queen b3. b5. b5 stopping bishop c4, but also stopping any potential.
Ever c5, yeah.
Any potential c5. Bishop c2, a nice move, covering this. Also, like queen f3, bishop b3, regrouping at some point. Rook c6, oh, whoa, this is... Okay, knight f5, rook e8, other knight to g3. White built a beautiful position, right? So I'll be really surprised if he doesn't win at the end. Rook c4 is what apparently black has to try and pray so that it works somehow.
Even then, just
a5, okay.
And then rook c4 will even
Maybe.
be stronger, yeah.
But yeah, but after e5, my e3 square is also protected. I can try bishop d3 now. Then if a4, I still have the square on d1.
Yeah, bishop d3 looks very strong.
Yeah, she just don't like the fact that the bishop is hanging on c2. Right? So just play bishop d3 with the tempo, and then yeah, the feeling is like black is hanging by a thread, right? Like one last addition of some piece for white, and that it will be over. Also, like this knight on g4, if it's forced back to f6, then immediately some tactic should start. It's a really hard position. And that'll be the most messed up group then. With Shirov being a half a point and other 3 guys kind of fighting for qualification.
Yeah.
So, and I think both Rapport, it was Rapport, Fedoseev, and I think the third person was Wojtaszek. In Berlin, it was B group, not C group. But till the very last day, they were
It was not clear.
competing.
Yeah.
They were competing, and then Raput won with black against Fedoseev, tied with Wojtaszek, beat Wojtaszek on title.
Yeah.
So here it's only move 27 for.
But it's very strange that, let's say in Berlin, Rapport for the save, they were in the same pool. I mean, it would be much more interesting to see if they were in the different pools. I think it's some sort of mistake, no? I mean, it seems like because they should play with different players, they should not repeat opponents. It would be more objective.
It goes like they are in the same mini tournament yet
Yes,
again.
yes,
In the
exactly,
same,
yes.
That's
It doesn't
strange.
really make a lot of sense.
Anything else? Bakro and Grishuk.
Grishuk, yes,
same.
yes.
Bakro, Grishuk, same. Yes,
Yeah.
that's. Yeah, bishop d3 on the board. Bishop d3 on the board. What it's planning? I think by that point you probably don't care all that much if you lose an exchange for the light square bishop, but still, I was briefly considering a b4.
But you on a before.
A b4, but bishop b5 is also good. Sometimes one doesn't have to be too clever, just win material, right?
Okay, he's also down to 2 minutes.
2 minutes only. So we can kind of switch between the games here and there. b3, b3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3,
He doesn't. He doesn't have a lot of time.
Ah, yes,
So
so
he-
that's why
yeah.
he plays quickly. Knight takes d7, and knowing Fedoseev, he probably just calculated everything. Okay, so how does that work? Takes over here, right? Queen e3, or... Ah, no, hang on a second, there is a check also. Ah, but he's a rook up, right?
Yeah, he's a rook up, but still.
King f1. Check king f1.
Yeah, it should be lost.
You can't take here and go here at the same time with the queen, right? I mean, that's the problem. Could still be, oops, could still be somewhat tricky.
Yeah, there is some bishop d2 also in that line. Let's say queen h3 check and then bishop d2. I forgot how did we come to that. Yeah.
Yes, a check. White doesn't have a straightforward threat, right? So I can't, for instance, go king d1 and then say you take e3, I checkmate, you know. There is no
Yeah.
checkmate. So king f1 and then it's a check here, king f2 and bishop e3, bishop d2.
But even rook c3, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that's the only move, by the way. But probably enough, yeah. Rook c3. It'll be a bit tough to win, right? A bit tough to win, but it's winning.
I think we should go to Rapport because that.
Yeah, that's kind of the only unclear, right? Okay, here it says rook endgame, which can go forever or be concluded to draw anytime soon. In Rapport's game, yes, this indeed is interesting. a5, this is how you play. Bishop d3, and just take. ba5, why not? All the same benefits plus an extra pawn. And b5 is
b5
hanging.
is hanging, yeah.
And e4, can he take e4 even with... Come on, it's not serious. I thought like, okay, let's sacrifice an exchange, let's do something, but no. Sacrifice 2 exchanges to keep the bishop, how about that? Because that's the only piece that, that is good for black is the b7 bishop. Ooh, c6, yeah, exactly. Straight up confirmation on my words. Like the only piece that black cares is the bishop. That's why he plays c6, so the bishop is safe on b7. Now there is no doubt whatsoever. It's lost.
Okay, what is
Still.
the most convincing way?
I don't know, the most convincing, I'm looking for...
Knight f6?
Yeah, like this, I mean, attack, go knight e4. They thought maybe it's too primitive, in fact.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I mean, it looks nice, but what do I want? Like knight d6. Maybe should look for something a bit more clever. Knowing Rapport, he wouldn't be shy of calculating d5.
Yeah, maybe bishop.
He goes
e5.
So in another order, so first e5, so this knight can't really go back to f6, and then h3 is a threat. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, this looks good.
That makes sense. Rook d8 perhaps, so that you have a threat of knight takes e5. That white goes bishop e2. That's a nice trick. So you go here, then I go bishop e2. Still attack this knight,
No, it looks terrible.
Looks lost. Move 13. So the only question if he makes it till time control. But c6. Yeah, I understand. Probably there was no other move, but like playing c6 feels like to resign the game was better. Because even for the blitz game now, you would. I mean, in blitz with seconds, you probably panic. You take on e5, right, 2 times, and then hope for the bishop on b7 to play, but like not the bishop on b7 with pawn on c6. I think, Rapport is about to bring a surprise of the round. Well, I mean, I'm calling it surprise of the round just to once again to check and see that Rapport is higher rated than we did. Let's not forget. Just that we did started very well.
Yeah. Okay, bishop e7.
Bishop to e7.
What's that?
What's that if white plays h3?
Or even bishop e2, as you said. I just don't want to think about
Yeah,
this.
even bishop e2, right.
And then I will have bishop g4 also in some lines.
No, so the thing with bishop e2 was that I thought knight f6 with bishop still being on f8, and that would be kind of, it's still white wins material, but like not much material.
Yeah.
So that's why I wanted h3. Now bishop e2 seems like safer. Queen d1 is a possibility, funny enough. Maybe we want to take this knight with the queen after all.
I think there are many moves.
Imagine winning the game with queen d1. I mean, just you play queen d1 on initial square, your opponent resigns.
There's also knight h5.
Knight h5, everything.
Everything,
everything. This is a little bit dangerous when you have too many good options, and not to get carried away with, I will find the best, or perhaps one of the most dangerous questions that I used to ask myself. I mean, can I do this stupid thing and still be winning, right? And it's not in the time trouble. Usually it's like when the position is super safe and you have a lot of time and you sit bored there and you think, oh, okay, maybe I can even do this. And this is better not to think during the chess game like that. Okay, knight h5 perhaps just forces the bishop back. Just forces the bishop back. The bishop on e2 won't be protected, but maybe it doesn't need to be protected.
Just h3 then.
Yes.
Because knight f6 will...
Force it back and just go h3.
I think he
He does go back, but then after h3... he'll probably start taking on e5, well, what else he can do.
Yeah.
There
is knight h6.
Yeah, there is knight h6. Yeah, let's show this. It's like
nice.
h3 takes, maybe c5, b5 is hanging. Like everything's hanging. And the knight h6 line we were talking about is that. So takes over here, and then knight h6. And you can't really go here either because knight f7. So you take, and then you... In addition to all the other bad things that happen to you in this game, you also lose the queen. h3. Yeah, I think it's a game.
I think he'll just resign.
Shirov lost to Fedoseev, right? Shirov lost to Fedoseev, and how was it? Checking f1, And Shirov didn't play this check, interestingly. Instead, he captured on e3 and resigned after rook c7, apparently simply blundering this. Because
Maybe he just thought there is no chance after queen h3 as well.
ah, you know what? You know what? It would be the same, I'm guessing. So check here, bishop d2. Bishop e3 is not a checkmate, right? So you can do this, even though the game still sort of continues.
Oh, there is queen f5.
Queen f5, yeah. And maybe not sort of, maybe it does continue, yeah. Maybe it does continue. Maybe that's why you don't go to c7 in this case. You give a check with the queen, go to c8. Maybe this is the thing.
Yeah, but is it a
it's
threat?
It's not like you're threatening a checkmate, though, right?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, it seems Shirov has blundered because after queen e3, rook c7, it turns out there is no way you can protect the f7 pawn. So nice win for Fedosiev, which means he does what? He's on 50%, right?
Yeah.
Shirov's challenge perhaps is over with -2 out of 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And we left with 2 games only, right? We are left with 2 games only. Rapot, as we agreed, wins against Vidit anytime soon. What was that? Knight h6, okay, takes, knight f6, bishop g7. Okay. Technically the game continues. Technically the game continues, but yeah, practical approach, rook f2, make sure this is, g2 is protected.
Yeah, it's really practical. I wanted to say rook d6. But
rook d6 might have been a very good move.
yeah.
Something to watch out for is c5 and h3, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
But it never happens because c5
After bishop b5,
I see 2 moves, bishop b5 and bishop f5, right? And both of them protect against queen h3. Okay, maybe one last attempt, one last trap, but not more than that.
So do you think they will reach time control or it will finish?
Move 36. Now, this depends, of course, on Vidit, right?
Yeah.
It's not like he cannot make 4 moves and not to get checkmated. Of course he can. Knight h8 looks solid, for instance. But yeah, the game essentially is over. That's what I mean. Rook b8, yeah, okay. Rook b8.
So rook f1, I guess.
Yeah, rook f1, c5, and what's his plan? I don't know. I mean, we can even do this, I guess.
Yeah.
Just to protect h3 and then take on f7. It's important, yeah. Since we mentioned this idea, maybe it's important to show that this would be a little bit naive because queen h3, the g pawn is pinned, and the next move is queen g2, checkmate. Well, technically, some players kind of hope for these things, even on high level. So you cannot blame me for if there is a move in the position that you lose, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm allowed to play. After rook b8, yeah, but white, of course, has many. Yeah, beautiful. This is how you kind of hint your opponent that it's a time.
Yeah, c5, I wanted to
still
say.
played.
It's still some...
Still played. Bishop b7, c4, maybe that's what he wants to do. It's not like white's forced to go bishop b7. I don't know. By that point, it feels like anything wins. He takes, yes, c4 played. This is how he makes it to the time control. I believe just to resign right after. Because despite all the effort, I mean, black is completely lost.
Also, it's a pawn up.
Yeah, I mean, no need to be any fancy. You go here, rook b7, anyway, bishop c3. Bishop c3
nice.
to make sure that everything's protected, and then the b file and a4 is the threat, and your a pawn, which you
Yeah.
captured ba4 some 5 moves ago. All of a sudden, it's a new queen.
Yeah, I think bishop c3 will be played. Yes, it's played.
Ah, he did play everything. Yeah, move 40, bishop c3, and
it resigns. Yeah.
It marks the end of this game. So Vidit so far has, and I want to say he's the only one without a single draw. Vidit, yeah, he won one. He won 2 games. He lost 1, so no draws for Vidit. A very important victory for Rapport, which makes it very complicated now in Pool C. Once again, share of perhaps of the competition. Yeah, you can see we have Fedoseev in the studio, the guy who beat Alexei Shirov, joined the fight for the qualification spot in the C pool.
Hello, here is Michal Kanarkiewicz, and today we are joined by Vladimir. And I would like to ask you, Vladimir, what were crucial moments in this game? Because, of course, congratulations, you won with Alexei Shirov.
Okay. In this game, I guess pretty much everything was decided on the first hour and in the opening. So I can say that my preparation was here mainly focused after Queen d3, most common line dc4, Queen c4, b5, Queen d3, a6, and white is just pushing with g4, and then it's extremely complicated, and I feel that I'm just need to play like this today, and whatever, but Alexei decided to play very solid move b6, and here I didn't know anything, but my first feeling was that after c takes d5 move I played here, it's not easy to answer with black because ed5 is compromises structure a lot, and in case of cd5, it looks like exchange Slav, but we get this position with pawn on a6, and somehow b6 maybe in some cases can be also a weakness. I can play simple move like bishop f4, bishop g5, I don't know, and I think it's just slightly more playable for white, and black is under some pressure. But move Alexei played bishop a6 was first move which goes completely completely bad way for him. I think this move is not all right, and after Queen c2, it's again this chooses to take on d5 with pawns, and even with knight. With knight, it's we know it's not positionally good. I believe many players know it. But I think the most solid move was ed5, and then it looks like a very good, very good Queen's Indian setup for white, because it will be like I play bishop f4, bishop g5, whatever, and then I just can exchange this bishop. I guess it's slightly in white favor, and then I will play for it. I play. Okay, let's bishop f4, bishop g5. Which move you prefer? I don't know. I think both are playable.
G5, yeah?
Okay, g5, bishop b7 is fine. Okay, I'm just exchange take with king, and I can play like for essentially because this structure is a bit compromises, and that's my advantage for the game. But he decided to play the most principal move cd5, and after bishop f4, knight bd7, queen a4, it's somehow really hard to play with black. Now I see that some weak engines show move bishop c4, but I didn't consider it because I just can exchange and still play this kind of Slav. Or even maybe I can try move like e4, I don't know. Also, knight d5 was like one of the possibility. I don't know if it's work or not, but bishop c4 is like for human, it's maybe impossible to play, but this was the best try. After queen c8, I played knight d5, and okay, knight d5, and here he also need to somehow play bishop a7, everything, but okay, b5 is maybe creating too much weaknesses. And then this moment was very interesting when he played queen c2.
Yeah, c2.
Oh, very strange. I cannot reach this position.
Okay, may I help you?
Okay. Yes.
This
oh, okay.
Magic
yeah,
touch.
yeah. And here somehow I do not win with rook c1 and stuff like this. I find that I can going back and play on queen c4, queen a4. It was important because I do not like this kind of endgame for white. I think endgame is not much, so I need.
You mean just not to trade off the queen?
Yeah,
right?
the trade of the queen is helping black a lot to get chance for a draw. So I cannot trade queen. I just need to find a solid way, and also I need to find a way where I do not trading queen. So I play queen a4.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's finally magic touch.
Yeah. Yeah. After queen d4 somehow.
Here.
Yes. I believed I'm already winning. Oh, that's very strange.
Can I help you?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
No, it's
it's
not only my fault. Yeah.
Okay. Just a sec.
Maybe
yeah.
use this or somehow.
Yes, we can try
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one. Yeah, okay.
On this way.
So it's not a magic touch anymore.
Yeah, and here I just start to calculate some very messy line like rook c1, a6. I believed before we reach this position that white is just close to winning here, but I didn't find how to continue there. That's why I went to this simple play with taking the rook. I just was not able to find here anyways. Surprisingly, I spent 25 minutes and still I do not understand computer suggestion like this. It's not. No. Queen c6. What?
Because you're going to attack this rook.
He also have d4 here, and rook d8, bishop b6, bishop b7. It's pretty much the same stuff as in the game. I do not understand why it's better for me than just to take a rook. So I just believe that maybe here some play like e3 will win e3, but somehow it's not easy because knight e5, bishop c5, and black is getting back to the game, and I do not understand who is just better at this point.
Yeah, because black is probably going to castle, very soon, and
yes, and black also have this rook a7 move, protecting on this. In case of bishop g5, I have created some huge pin, but it's not working because of rook a7. Yeah, and finally I decided to play queen c6. And I think it's just fine. I take material advantage. Yes. I played rook c1 here. Yes, and still I'm better, but I was sure that it's somehow not winning for white. It's just a better position, but it's not a winning position at all. But somehow here I found knight e5. Yes, I guess everything was logical, and I found this knight e5, which is closes the question about who proceed in this game. Yeah.
Just a tactical shot, because we cannot take with knight because here rook is hanging. Yeah. Just for our viewers. Little explanation.
Yeah, he played rook b3, but okay, here it's the most important variation for white to see was this rook b2. And here I guess it's like only winning idea, queen c8 and rook c2, queen c8 and rook c2. Everything else maybe not working, but okay. Computer shows that I can start with king f2, whatever, but I will get back to this idea. This idea was important. He played queen f3. It's last blunder. Okay, after rook c7, it's just checkmate by force.
Yeah,
nothing.
because f7 is hanging.
Yeah.
And you cannot protect. Well, very good game. Congratulations. One last final question, because there was an announcement that on Saturday, I mean rest day, there is a football tournament. Would you like to play?
Yeah, I'm definitely like to play. I also can say that my coach would like to play, and okay.
So you are a
I will
football fan.
share this information to my friends.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Our guest was Grandmaster Vladimir Fedoseev. Thank you very much once again, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, but not for long. I have to say I'm very disappointed with Pool D. The guys refused to play. It's draws again. Seriously, the third round has finished.
Yes.
Mamedyarov and Predke made the draw. Well, Predke shown some technique in defending this rook endgame. So, yeah, it's a draw. Two decisive games in Pool C, though, which completely messed up the situation, that the leader Vidit lost to Richard Rapport, and later on we'll have an interview with Richard Rapport. And you were just listening to Fedoseev, who won against Shirov. So, round 3 is in the books. Yes. Teodora, we will see our viewers tomorrow for round 4. Can we one more time update on the results? So 2 draws in Pool A, right?
Yes,
Yes.
2 draws in Pool A, and actually 2 draws in Pool B as
2
well.
draws,
Yeah.
well, a lot of draws today.
Yes.
So Pool C is playing for all the team.
Yeah, so actually only Pool C was
Pool C
decisive
is
games.
playing for all the team, and we still have, it's in Pool C, obviously. We have Vidit, who didn't make a single draw. Maybe he doesn't know it's a result. No, but really something went wrong for Vidit, and yeah, I mean, if we can possibly quickly bring the game on the board, I think in more detail, Richard Rapport's going to tell what happened. Yeah, but to us it seemed like when White played e4, and it turned out that there is no specific response that Black is planning after e4, because he captured, he spent more time already getting a time trouble, and went to
actually
d6.
we have him
we
in the
have
studio,
Richard Rapport, so one more time, I think we say goodbye till tomorrow. Tomorrow is the new day, round 4, and you guys have a chance to listen to the interview with one of the winners today, with Richard Rapport.
See you tomorrow.
Hello, here is Michał Konarkiewicz, and we are joined by Grandmaster Richard Rapport, who just won his game against Vidit. Congratulations, Richard. Would you like to share some few critical moments in this game?
Not really, but since I'm here already, okay, what can we do? So I was white, and I went for this Nimzo Indian with e3. Since it was kind of a must-win game for me, since we did started with 2 out of 2, and I started with 2 draws. And the tournament is extremely short, right? So if you're catching kind of a bad start, things can get very unpleasant. So I wanted to get some fight, and I went for the same thing as Levon did against him in Berlin. I felt like, it's kind of a good omen, because Levon beat him in the first round and then won the group and played the finals. So I figured, okay, if this is the line that takes you to the finals, I will go for it.
Good shot.
Yeah, why not? So he improved. I mean, I don't know if it's an improvement, but he played a6. I think there he went c6. So I just played normal moves. So I don't know, b6. He wanted to play c5. I played b4. knight d7. Yeah, and here I thought a lot, and probably I didn't went for the most principled decision. Like b5 was obviously the critical move, but after b5, yeah, I don't know if I can make it here.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay, after b5, I wasn't sure, like, it's bishop takes h2 stuff, does it work, or knight f8 and then bishop takes h2. So, yeah. So, and if I play something like h3, then later on it can be also a weakness. So I played knight f4, basically trying to trick him into playing bishop b7, and then rook b1, and then the c5s are kind of out of question, at least for a while. But of course I paid kind of a price for all this because my knight on f4 is misplaced. Yes. So he played knight f8. Of course he has many other ideas. So this is just what he did. f3. It's very logical. And then he went here knight g6. And oops, sorry. Yeah, and this is a kind of also critical decision because I could have kept playing for this e takes f4 stuff, but I felt like it's maybe objectively not better for me. It's just unclear. So I went knight e2 just to keep attention, and then I felt like he made a small misaccuracies around here. So even queen e7, which is logical, but knight g3. So basically I'm just making moves with my knight, like a total beginner, and he's developing, but yet, you know, he's having some issues. The problem is that after knight h4, which is a natural move, I have e4. And bishop takes g3, h takes g3 is always attacking the knight, so like he cannot.
I mean this one, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, like
just
here.
For our viewers.
He cannot capture on e4 because knight is under attack.
Yeah.
So like after knight g3, basically speaking, he has these issues, and I felt like he didn't solve them the best way. Bishop c8 probably was a better move, and actually I wasn't sure what after bishop c8 here, whether I have e4 or not. Whether I just go for knight f5. I mean, I feel like I'm a little bit better already, but I just wasn't sure. I have so many ideas and they all look kind of nice, so it's hard to pick one. He went for queen d7, I went knight f5, bishop f8. Yeah, here already e4 was interesting, but I couldn't make it work after takes, and knight e7, or I don't know. Something like that, all kind of crazy moves here, because I'm not developed and my king on g1 is in all kinds of motifs. So this was an option, but I decided to wait for a while and played king h1. And yes, and here I actually was pretty happy with the developments because I felt like he should have tried to play for c5 or something to change the structure. I don't know if c5 works now. I felt like it doesn't work. Takes, and I have knight a4.
Like something like this, yeah?
Yeah, here. Just take everything.
Before
it doesn't matter, yes.
Okay, let's
take
see.
it twice, yeah.
Take it twice, yeah?
Yeah, and then I have knight a4 if he takes on c5. Because this would be knight a4, yeah. And
knight a4.
Problems with... and I'm going to get the dark square bishop, and you know, this is huge, this diagonal. But still, this kind of things should be what he was aiming for. Yes, so king h1. So he went knight e7, and I retreat to knight g3. And now, basically speaking, c5 is again shot, yes, because his knight is kind of sabotaging his own counterplay. And my plan is very simple. I just want to play e4 without losing a pawn, and you know, take the center and just have pressure. And this is exactly what happened. So I don't really know what went wrong with him for him, but things were just going very well for me at this point. So I played knight e2, and now after h5 was a critical move. But I think I have e4. And if h4, I have e5, and if takes, this is interesting, takes h4 and rook takes f6. This is something like, okay, like, you know, g takes f6, knight h5. These things usually are very unpleasant. Yeah. Bishop goes to b2, rook f1. And,
yeah,
okay.
and this point, yeah.
Yeah,
f6,
no,
yeah.
It's okay, probably just winning or very close to it.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. So e4. Oops, I'm very bad with this. I'm not having.
No problem.
I'm not having your job. Let's just go here. Shortcut. So knight g6. Yeah. So I decided to I decided it was time to play e4. I could have just played bishop d2. I think it was still very unpleasant. Like he still doesn't threaten with c5, so it's really unpleasant position. But I thought, okay, it's time has come for e4. Okay, let's just go here.
Yeah. And e4.
Yep. Takes. Yeah. And now basically speaking, c5 was kind of critical move, but I think it just doesn't work. Takes bishop g5 or also something like that.
Something like this, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just bc and bc bishop g5, and I feel like there are problems there as well. Okay, I mean he's
diagonal, yeah.
Yeah, no, he has to give up. I mean he has to take g takes f6, and his king is completely ruined. So Yeah, this is also not ideal for him. And then he went rook e6, and I probably didn't play so precisely from here on, but the position is okay. Materially, it's balanced, but I have just such a long-term attack and the center that I think is should be close to winning. So I don't know if I did everything good here, but like for instance, yeah, b5, I played bishop c2, rook c6. I feel like here maybe I made some mistake with knight f5. He should have gone for knight e7, I think. And I wasn't sure here if knight takes g7 is winning or not, or just knight e3. Like something like knight g7 takes rook f7, also interesting, but he played rook e8, which was just a worse move. And after knight g3, it's just total domination. I mean, okay, it's all my pieces are. I don't think that they could be much better placed.
Yeah, and they are just attacking.
Yeah, and then from here it's not so interesting. I mean, I don't think I made some big mistake. I tried to trap his knight, and then he just I just
Yeah, just
not really relevant from here. Yeah.
yeah. Well done. Very good
Thanks.
game. And my final question is that because organizers announced that there will be a football tournament, are you going to play?
No.
You are not a fan of football fan?
I'm a fan of watching football, not playing football.
Okay.
Just like with chess.
So thank you very much once again, and good luck for the next rounds. Our guest was Grandmaster Richard Rapport. Thank you very much once again, and well, good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.